Hello, everyone, and welcome to SmashBoxxTV's live weekly Tuesday night podcast. As I'm chuckling thinking about as we're rolling into our final few weeks
of the year.
Of the year, really. I was going to say, not, of course, of the season, but more importantly, maybe here of 2020. And what a crazy year that it has been, and I know so many of us looking forward to what we feel like will be a brighter, beautiful, more sane and typical 2021 and normal year next year.
Nope. Not for a while, I don't believe.
I don't know that we're going to hold our breath just on that one yet.
Like
but
March or April, I think things will start to free up a little bit. I don't think it's going to affect our disc golf season other than maybe some events that don't have spectators. And it could obviously still affect Worlds.
Yeah.
But I can't even fathom what's going on right now if the world doesn't quite open up to international competitors by the time Worlds happens. Because the PDGA announced their 2022 majors this week.
Yes, a little bit of stuff that was in the news, that being one of them. Quick shout out to Jimbo Slice, who wants to jump in on the super chat.
Hey,
Jimbo, we
thanks there,
appreciate
Jimbo.
that. Yeah, there are a number of things that got, we'll say, solidified in the last week, and some of that stuff we knew that was coming. And I think specifically to the disc golf, to the PDGA schedule, knowing that events that were scheduled, all the major events that were scheduled for the 2020 season, then got pushed back to 2021, and therefore 2021 schedule gets pushed into 2022 in terms of the places that things were awarded and bids that were ultimately awarded, I guess I should say. So good to see that. And I think what's exciting about that is every single year we are getting more and more heads up, more lead time.
I think this is a unique year in that it's already prepped. Everybody knew things were just pushed back a year. I saw some people complaining, oh, there's not, we wanted the fourth major. And I'm like, I kind of thought, yes, they could have maybe found a way to put that in. But it kind of just felt like 2022 is just 2021 pushed back. No extra stuff, no nothing. If we see a quote-unquote fourth major, it's not going to be until 2023.
Yeah, I think let's not put the cart in front of the horse just yet. Right?
Yeah, that's the right saying.
I really mean,
I don't know if it's appropriate here, but yes, that's the correct saying.
No, what I mean by that specifically is like one step at a time. Let's get the world back to some normalcy. Let's get disc golf back to some normalcy. Yes, we're experiencing this crazy growth, but even with the crazy growth that has come along, we've clearly seen other problems that have popped up, as I know we've talked for the last few weeks about supply and demand and what's happening within the manufacturer side. So I guess I don't want to get us too far ahead of ourselves. Yes, I think things will get back to what we feel like where we were, but one step at a time, and let's not jump the gun on anything just yet, because slow and steady, we'll get there. Disc golf's going to be there. I think this year, if anything, this year proved that more than ever. Disc golf will always be there for us. Your wife or your boyfriend, or
wow.
or your collection, or your 1,000 rating, whatever. All those things may come and go in your lifetime. All right.
But the sport
of disc golf will always be there for you. Just spreading a little of that holiday cheer.
That is some holiday cheer, Tara. Thanks.
All right, so tonight, the plan is or was, and hopefully still will remain, that we're going to hear from one Scott Stokely. For a few weeks, he badgered us to have us on the show, and then tonight we've been talking it up for the last week or two, and so we're under this assumption that he is in fact going to be joining us tonight. I know he's got a couple of things in the works, so I don't want to jump ahead of those just yet. Assuming that we're going to talk to him, because I want to ask him about what he's got going on. But he does have a few initiatives that are underway right now. So hopefully, if you're out there, if you haven't set your reminder, your SmashBoxxTV reminder, hopefully you get dialed in with us here on Skype as we've reached out to you via Facebook. And then outside of having Scott Stokely, the other news/conversation pieces kind of remain in player sponsorships and major or hot breaking, unbelievable changes and shifts? None to report on as of right now.
We saw that yesterday or today. Austin Hannum gave his hot take number 6.
Yeah, is he going to lose count of them at some point?
Probably.
I mean, right now it's easy. He's at 6.
As long
then how do you decipher which one's a hot take and which one's
that's up to
just
him.
an opinion? That's going to be a challenging one.
That's up to him. That's totally.
He announced what today?
He announced that he is leaving Discraft, and those were his words. That's the way he phrased it. Hot take number 6. I am leaving Discraft because I don't necessarily know if his contract was up or not. There was some rumor that it wasn't. So maybe they just came to an agreement and were like, okay, cool, you can leave and you want to leave. Or we don't know the behind the scenes, but by all likelihood, the predominant guess is probably moving over to Prodigy. He has some good friends there. He's dating Katrina Allen, who is, their number 1 FPO player. That would be the way that my compass would point if I were to take a wild guess. Now, we don't know. Maybe he's going to MVP. Maybe he's going to Legacy. Maybe he could be going anywhere, but he is leaving Discraft.
Yes. So as soon as that becomes of note, or if he wants to come join us on the show, now that he's the social media light running around, getting on in front of all sorts of limelight and whatnot, we'd love to have him and catch up with him if he wants to talk to us a little bit about where he's going and what he's doing. So we wish him the best of luck. We're looking forward to that. Last week, there were also some other speculations that are running around that cannot be confirmed to you guys publicly.
Why even?
Because I think we're going to see some final decisions made by Thomas Gilbert, and his sponsorship is I believe he's what one would call free agent.
I'm not going to. Thanks to you, I am aware of what's going on, but I have seen some people out on the internet with some very sure takes that are correct.
Okay. Well, and
there's a lot of guessing,
of course,
but there was a few people that actually privately reached out to me and said, "Oh, I know this," and I'm like, "Okay, if that's what you know, that's what you know."
That's what you know.
But yeah, so we're not going to spoil anything. That's for him to come on our show and tell everybody.
Yes, and of course he has an open invite. Him and I exchanged a message or two today, and yes, there is an open invite there. So I think we touched on it briefly last week that Trevor Lee Harbolt has officially transferred, as someone put it. That's kind of a great phrase. Transferred from Discraft to DGA. Of course, DGA discs are actually produced over at Discraft's factory. If you're sponsored by Discraft, as far as I know, you've always been able to throw any DGA molds or discs that you wanted to. So that's why maybe this is one of the easiest transfers or easiest change-ups. Now, I don't know what Trevor's details are as to what he can throw of Discraft, if all or any or some. I do not know that. But you're going to clearly see
I hope he goes straight DGA.
Yeah, and he very well might, because usually you see
not UC.
Yeah, not UC. You will find that people then get just more support if they are an exclusive thrower of that plastic or of that brand. And so, for instance, you think about Simon or Eagle, have to throw exclusively Discmania products.
I think at one point they could throw Innova a long time ago.
Some of the players that were sponsored, I think of a Nate Sexton, I think of an Avery Jenkins, and a lot of the Discmania players that could also then throw Innova, and now that's not the case for they're only throwing within the Discmania umbrella that they have created over there.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of. There used to be that crossover, but we're seeing less and less of that now, where an Innova player can throw Discmania or Discraft can throw DGA. Like, we're seeing a lot less. They might be able to, but we're seeing a lot less of it actually happening. I think a lot of these manufacturers are not only filling out their lineup much more equally, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Maybe
there's more options to choose from.
Everybody has. It seems like everybody has a disc that you might need. There's very few people or very few manufacturers with holes in their lineups these days.
So, and just to read a few of the comments coming in off of the board. Sorry. No, okay, now I scroll down. TJ had said, TJ also picked up a few items from me recently. Appreciate that, TJ. TJ is claiming on the board Thomas Gilbert to DD, Conrad to MVP, and Kelvin back to Innova. So,
I don't think Kelvin's left anywhere.
Yeah, well, I remains maybe, however you want to word that. We'll see if some or all of your or any of your predictions are right. Mike Jewell had said I heard he was going to ABC Disc. We actually
soon.
No, well, I was going to say, and maybe Mike doesn't necessarily know.
Yeah.
A few now a month ago or so, the owner of ABC Disc, Dan Pastore, had passed away. We talked at great length about Dan and how incredible he is. Whether you knew that or not is not where I'm going with it. What I'm saying is I am curious to know what will happen with the ABC molds and lineup and family and overall estate of the ABC disc line. That's what I was trying to spit out. What the plan is there. I know that Dan, again, I talked to him just a few days before he had gone into the hospital. And we talked extensively about where he was getting his molding done, what his plans were, who he was going to be reaching out to, some of the specific challenges or struggles and triumphs that he's recently had with his disc line, the fact that he had the 5 or 6 different molds that he owns, and the expense that goes along with them. I mean, we talked about hot stamping. We talked about a plethora of items and topics surrounding the future of ABC Discs. So knowing that his son, Dan Pastore Jr., I know that he plays and is an avid disc golf competitor. I don't know about the rest of his children. I don't think they're as into it as he is. I am very curious to know how that's going to play out, what happens from here in terms of that property, that estate, all of those types of things, those assets. And I'd be curious to know if those continue to live on in some way, shape, or form. Those are all kind of questions that I don't know where I'll get those answers from, but that has crossed my mind.
Johnny Bigfoot says it's interesting how short these contracts are, like 1 or 2 years. I think you're right in some aspects. It's really funny because coming from just 5 years ago when almost everything was a handshake deal, it was everything almost was a year-to-year handshake deal, and with almost any manufacturer.
Yeah,
it didn't really matter who you were. You know, Paul wasn't the first to sign on the dotted line. There were other contracts out there, but I would say Paul really pushed that envelope to make things more official with a lot of places. And then I think there are still places that just do handshake deals. But 1 to 2 years, I think you're going to start seeing that lengthen out. I think you're going to start seeing 3 to 5 year deals coming up in the next couple of years.
I'll say this with specific regard to those. First of all, I think, and I'm not worried about this at the moment, clearly for myself, I love seeing 2 years. I feel like that gives the player a little bit of certainty about how things are or aren't going to go during that first year. I think
the first contract kind of makes sense.
And then also just the fact that not only the certainty for the player and the commitment from one side to another, but learning the plastic, not thinking, oh, in a year, am I going to be maybe looking into other plastic from another manufacturer? Like I think right now I love the 2 year deal. I feel like that's the sweet spot of contracts. Clearly, my opinion means nothing on this from the competitor standpoint.
Nobody cares.
And everyone could say otherwise. I just feel like there is so much more uncertainty and ambiguity that then floats around if you're talking about a contract season every season. At the end of the year, every season, there could be either added pressure.
Yeah, there's a lot.
There's added pressure maybe on both sides every single season that way. That's why I love the idea of a 2 year. But yet I'd go ahead and say 3 feels too long in disc golf right now,
see, I
but
don't think so.
2 or 3 is what I feel like is the sweet
If you're
spot.
signing your first contract with somebody, say Thomas Gilbert's coming to SmashBoxxTV discs, I could totally understand signing a 2-year deal. He doesn't know our standards. He doesn't understand how maybe necessarily we can talk a big game, but if we don't follow through, he's not locked into a contract. I think after that first deal, at that point now, you probably have the relationship you're going to have. You can start signing the 3, 4, 5-year agreements. It's almost with any sort of sport. Guess what? A professional football player may sign a 7-year deal with a team. Year 2, different coach comes in. You're stuck there. I mean, it's this way with every sport. So, if your team manager or the person you work with at your disc manufacturer leaves and they bring in some Yahoo, suddenly your team manager is Yuli. What do you do?
Ouch. She gone.
Yeah. So it's something like that. But that happens in every sport. I would like to see some more long-term deals personally. I want to see manufacturers commit to these players and players commit to the manufacturers. And I think that's the way we're going to start going. I think you're going to start seeing, for some of our top players, 3-year minimum deals.
I will say that I know of a contract. I don't know that it's been referenced out here yet, but I know of a contract that's in the works that is going to surprise you at the length of it. Okay. Which kind of foreshadows something that we're going to see, I think, here very soon.
25-year deal.
And speaking of which, and that kind of goes hand in hand with something that was announced, and I'll be the first to admit, Nate, I apologize. I didn't dissect every single one of your Instagram posts. Currently, yeah. I'm fighting with Instagram. But as of 10 minutes ago, Ledgestone announced during their 10 or 12 or 60 days of Ledgestone on Instagram that they have locked themselves into a 10-year agreement with Discraft being the title presenting main sponsor. Because I think of Ledgestone, then I think of Grip as this last year. And anyway, they're in bed with Discraft. 10 years.
That's great. I mean, it's good to have that sort of commitment. It was also announced, and I don't know if it was announced this week or last week, that Nate is going to be taking over tournament director duties for the Delow.
Yes.
So it makes sense. It feels like Nate Heinold is their, trusted Discraft tournament director. That they understand, they've worked with him, they trust him, they know, he's on Team Discraft, that they understand that he's a guy that knows how to get things done, and that hopefully, he can grow the Delow like he's grown Ledgestone. It's not going to be as easy. He doesn't have the community contacts like he has in his hometown, but Nate knows how to make those. And I could see Delow, it's always been... It was the really, really big Discraft event for a long time, and then it kind of fizzled out a bit, and I feel like the Memorial kind of took that place, where that was the Discraft premier event. Delow kind of settled down a little bit. I mean, there was always the AmNats as well, and now Delow is kind of back on that upswing.
I feel like and this might date us a little bit.
Well, yeah.
Nobody's
dating us these days.
When the Elite Series was first introduced.
The Lamps?
Decades prior to the Lamp series, in fact. Decades ago. The Great Lakes, the Discraft Great Lakes Open, usually June or July, maybe August, but sometime in the middle of the summer, was one of the 6 Elite Series events. And then the Elite Series event that opened that series was always the Memorial. So I think for many years they were very much on par with one another. The Delow to us was maybe just a little bit more prevalent because we lived close and we knew of it being a more regional event. I think they were probably on par with one another for quite a few years, but then like you said, there was at one point where Delow, I think I'll say slipped slipped all the way down into being like a C tier for the sake of it still happening. Maybe it was a B tier, but I know it went through a few years of just barely holding on, and then it got completely revitalized, revamped, and resurrected. Some other rewords, I don't know, into what it back is today now. And I think utilizing the toboggan has a lot to do with that, because when you and I, in its heyday, the Delow event was held down the road over at Hudson Mills Metro Park, which has the monster course and an original course, both courses being 24-hole, or offering two different 24-hole courses there. And the toboggan course was exclusively a temporary course and didn't even come along and exist until the year 2000. So, there's a lot of history there. And, and funny enough, a great guy to give us some of that history and some of those details when I think about how iconic that event is and Discraft's involvement with it is Scott Stokely,
who hasn't reached back out to us yet. Still waiting.
That would have been such a great cue up.
It would have been.
And segue if Stokely just
popped into our thing and boom, there he is.
If he was just there. So needless to say, thank you as well to all of you guys. I see the chat board's getting a little rowdy here tonight, everybody getting on board with it, and we certainly appreciate you guys tuning in. Just to kind of put a final thought on the Delow situation, it sounds like there were some challenges in the finer details of the Delow event. Now, clearly, they have put on this great event that we've been seeing on the Disc Golf Pro Tour for the last couple of years, and I know everyone there has done a ton of work. I've been fortunate enough to be there for the last few years, and it's an amazing course with so much work and heart and soul that's poured into it. Just Nate has also made it very clear that running large-scale events and working the contracts and the contacts that he has with Ledgestone, with everything he's done at Worlds and Peoria, that clearly running large-scale events is something that's right up his alley, and I trust that whether it's locals or others that he brings on board with it, we're looking to see another really phenomenal event over there. So,
another sponsorship update. We see Kona Panis's other half, Colin Montgomery, as our good friend Nate couldn't stop saying one year. Colton, he re-signed with Discmania for another year,
100 years,
2 years. Not exactly sure if it was 1 or 2 years. I didn't have it right in front of me, but I do know that he re-signed with them, last year's Waco champion. Cool cat all around. Excited for him. Hopefully he gets everything that he wants.
Yes, and per his Instagram/Facebook, he says, "I'm excited and honored to announce I have signed a 2-year contract extension with Discmania. This will be my 6th season with Discmania, and I couldn't be happier anywhere else. I am beyond excited. 2021 and 2022 are going to be huge." So, yes, congratulations as Colton makes that extension. I was just trying to think. Sorry, I'm going to cheat. I'm going to go out to Alta World. I know it's so funny that I was thinking earlier today about all of the other contracts and the announcements that we've been seeing that have kind of hit. I feel like there's a couple more. Andrew Presnell, I don't know if we talked about him last week. I don't remember the exact days now, but he did sign a 1-year extension to return to Discraft. So I think that's also has come up since last week. I also think there's nothing but just pure speculation still running around Ezra Adderhold.
I mean, I don't think there's any speculation. He's signing with somebody.
Okay. But nobody knows for sure whom.
Correct.
Yes. Okay.
Honestly, we're not even 100% sure it's going to be a manufacturer. He could be signing with a
SmashBoxx.
A big one with SmashBoxx. Or I know he's currently sponsored by OTB, and maybe they put a big commitment in on him, and they keep him exclusive, kind of like what we've seen from Infinite in other places. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's the case. I think he's going to sign with a manufacturer. It's just a matter of whom. Apparently, Simon has kind of said that it won't be Discmania, that it's not Discmania. Now, maybe that's just Simon spouting off, and he doesn't necessarily know. But Simon's usually one of those guys that's in there. I think he mentioned it in one of his Vlogmases. I mean, I don't know. The guy throws a little of everything. I know he really loves Discraft discs, but he has a lot of some other things, and Ezra has done some good blog updates or vlogs, whatever you want to call them, comparing a lot of different manufacturers' discs. So we'll see where he goes. I'm excited. I think he's kind of that. He's very marketable. Let me put it that way. I think whoever gets him needs to market the crap out of that guy.
Yeah, and I think one of the things, as I was just chatting with the board, I think one of the best things we can do is to continue to give his last name pronunciation different every single time, because that keeps him in the conversation.
Oh, so like Aderhold? Yeah. Okay, so like Ezra Aderhold?
Like our
Holderade? Like just literally just like start mixing letters up?
I say we go with all of them.
The Aderhold?
And all of them.
It's pronounced Aderhold, for everyone that doesn't know. Ezra Aderhold. But we can continue just. No, I said I want to nickname him Bam Bam. Just he has that look, and I've been watching a lot of Flintstones lately, of all things.
Perfect.
And he just kind of comes off as Bam Bam to me, and that's what I want to call him.
He's gonna bam you in the face. All right, so
he could. I might like it.
Other ones that have come out: Benjamin Callaway out of Iowa. He signs and renews his contract with Discraft again, a 1-year extension. That was listed. Miles Seaborn, who I know we talked about a little bit, I think it was just last week, talking about the event that he had hosted and run. I think it was called the So-So Classic. He has renewed with Dynamic Discs. That's also out there. And then Scott Withers. He was another gentleman that we talked about last week.
I was about to say, because Dion asked on the board, who's the biggest name to move so far? Or he didn't say so far, but who's the biggest name to move? And I said it would probably be Conrad, but maybe Withers. That he would be up in that conversation.
Yeah. So some other ones that were all thrown out there. I mean, everyone is going to tell us, probably based on your regionality, as to whether you think Austin Hannum. Well, I guess he's going to be moving. I was going to just say, what name. That's a, dare I say, a pretty subjective conversation piece as to who's the biggest name that's moving.
Because there's biggest player as far as rating, it's got to be probably Withers. Withers is probably the highest rated player that's moving. So you could argue that is the biggest impact. Hannum has the most social media presence. He's the most public, not just from his Twitter recently, but he was on the finale for the Disc Golf Pro Tour. I mean, yes. he has ESPN exposure now. Now, I don't know what that brings as far as extra weight, if any. I mean, he did not particularly perform well in that round, but it's not like they harped on it for that particular thing. So he has a little bit of cachet now. It's hard to judge biggest impact, but I think right now it's probably Withers. And if Conrad moves, Conrad probably takes that title over because, well, Withers is probably higher rated than Conrad. Conrad has the touring life the last few years where he's a built up and known commodity.
Yeah, and he's got that USDGC ring. That does something usually. James did, however, also make a post in the last few days saying, "Hey everyone, I'm not much of a social media person, but I'm going to try and become more of one." Yeah, I think we're going to see a little bit more from him out there. And bless anyone that wants to step out of their comfort zone. Some people take it for granted and/or don't think much of it, while others, clearly that's not something they necessarily gravitate to. And if you've ever talked or heard James Conrad speak, he is a very, very quiet, very even keel, mild-mannered, very.
I once saw him
low temperament kind of guy.
I once saw him kind of kick a rock.
Yeah, I don't even think he would do that.
No, I think he did.
I think he's too kind.
He apologized to the rock afterwards, but he did kind of kick it.
All right. And speaking of, well, this kind of does briefly segue over to just today announced the Disc Golf Pro Tour is going to have a replay of sorts. We're going to see the ESPN2 broadcast of the Disc Golf Championships, the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championships, presented by Grip 6. We're going to see that get replayed a couple of times right around Christmas, which is
Merry freaking Christmas. Well, which is kind of cool. If
yeah, sure.
For those, I mean, it's cool no matter what. The fact that it's getting more play, not just kind of cool. It is cool. And if it's around the holidays, there are people who might still get together for the holidays this year. And if you do, maybe you can introduce some family members to it.
Yeah, here's where, again, I think we just really need to keep in mind that production, just like I feel like the Dynamic Disc Open, those productions weren't geared to you and to me and to Johnny.
They have a longer shelf life.
They are for the general public. We're hoping people stumble upon disc golf. I can't think of a better way to phrase it other than we're hoping people kind of fall into it or stumble upon disc golf. I feel like those, or maybe our fringe players or have heard of it and have only been playing a few weeks, think they actually just discovered it or that it was their buddy in another town that invented it, whatever. They are not structured and geared towards us. And one of the first comments I read, unfortunately, because I read comments, someone had said, this is just so stupid. Why don't they put into that time slot? Why don't they put in a different event? Because it doesn't work that way. You don't just slide in a different event into that time slot. That's not how it works with ESPN. That's not what any of this is about. I don't know if they had reached out. I'm assuming they did, or if they just decided on their own at ESPN and said, hey, this thing did well. I don't know those details, but you don't just substitute in another event considering what it takes to put on the show that the first one was. Would that be kind of cool to have a different one? Sure, of course it would be kind of cool, but it's not like wave a wand possible. So
no.
Don't be mad about it. I've already seen it. Okay, shut up. Sit down. Don't worry about it. Watch it again. Share it with a friend so it's not for you.
And bet on it.
Yeah, there you go.
Share it with a friend who doesn't know and bet on it. You're like, man, I wonder if he's going to hit this putt. You want to put $5 on this putt? And then you win some money.
Make a game out of it. Do
Come
whatever.
on.
But gosh.
Make it work for yourself.
I don't know how someone could see it as a detriment, as something negative. But of course it's the internet, so I know people instantly found something to be negative about it. I can't think of a single logical thing to be negative about ESPN2 replaying that for us. I'll say for us on disc golf's behalf. I can't think of a downside to that whatsoever. Yeah, Chris Dickerson might be mad. He would be the only one, and even he wouldn't be mad. He'd be excited that potentially millions more people may see him play disc golf. Mm-hmm. I don't know where that's how that's a bad thing. And then while I'm going off on stupid subjects.
Oh, please.
This one's very generic.
Oh, geez.
For the love of God, people, anyone shipping or receiving a package, just calm yourself. Like the amount, and of
everyone's
course,
seen the pictures of the USPS.
Yes,
just absolutely overflowing.
Sakes, there are so many complaints, like it's life and death that your effing frisbee hasn't shown up. I understand you paid a lot of money for it. I understand that you really think you want it or need it, and I can appreciate all that. But for God's sakes, when it takes an extra day or two or even 5. Simmer the F down. The people that are losing their minds.
Are there people like that?
Oh my. It's so infuriating to read day in and day out. Just
I've seen
settle down, people.
Of all the places, I don't go there very much recently, but Reddit, everybody seems pretty understanding as to why it's happening. Everyone's disappointed. Everyone's like, oh gosh, it really sucks when I see somebody else get the same disc I ordered and they get it a couple days before me. But
and they live down the block from me.
But
guess what? That's
ultimately,
life.
Ultimately, I have not seen anybody really get. And I'm not on the same forums you are by any means. I'm on more of a generic stuff. I haven't really seen anybody get too outrageous at it. Everyone's just taking it as it goes.
And clearly, it's not specific to just disc golf. I know a few friends and people that do things like Etsy and just anyone, whether it's Amazon or Etsy or anything in between. Things are taking a lot longer. There's more mail and packages being shuffled around today than ever before in history, and people are losing their damn minds over the madness of it taking 2 extra days to get somewhere.
Some announcements from Udisc, actually, and a lot of you who are Udisc people have seen these. They first released their 2021 schedule. As of right now, 38 events.
Holy cow.
They include PDGA Majors, the Pro Tour, Silver Series, the National Tour, the Euro Tour, and the Other. So
there's others.
There are others. Other would be... there's a few in here that are, I'm looking something along the lines of, I think like the Teeny's a Euro Tour. So there's one or two. The President's Cup, I think, is their Other.
Oh, okay.
So it's not an an actual tour event, but it is a established event. They got 38 live scored disc golf events through Udisc. Not even to mention the ones that are going to be on the PDGA this year. But this is where you're going to find all the big events, all your important events, all the ones that have a little bit more national cachet.
Wow, 2 for 2 on that word tonight.
Did I use it twice? Or
yeah, you were just talking about Austin's cachet.
It must be in my head.
Yeah. Get all fancy here before we move into 2021.
It's like a foreign language almost. Gosh.
Yes. If there's any international
Bonjour, international people. I am Jean Van Der Zen. If you speak with an accent, it works, right?
Yeah.
Je m'appelle Jean. Est-ce que je peux aller à la toilette? It's just, may I go to the bathroom?
I don't have to go to the bathroom.
No, may I go to the bathroom? It's the one line of French that I've kept with me since
8th grade?
Since 7th or 8th grade, yeah.
Okay. I mean, you're killing it. I don't know why you don't travel more internationally then. With a
really
line
should.
like that.
Well, I don't really want to travel, but I'd love to do more commentary, international commentary.
Yes.
I think I could really knock out, with a name like Van Der Zen, you have to figure I could knock out some Norwegian and Dutch commentary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sula, PCS Sula Open. Here
I'm
you
all
come.
over it.
Yeah,
I'm all over it.
I've seen you rattle off the names for our results.
You can't go wrong with that.
No.
So that was the Udisc schedule. The other thing Udisc dropped was their replay, the Udisc replay. For those of you that have scored anything on Udisc, I have put in 5 rounds this year on Udisc. You got a summary of your year. Plus, I believe they put out a general, hey, this was the status of Udisc and disc golf. 52,000 aces, like 122 million holes scored, and X amount of rounds, and they've kind of listed off everything. You can find that. I believe it's probably on their blog somewhere on the Udisc, or if you don't have it, it was sent to you in an email.
Yeah, or I was gonna say, if you just log into your Udisc, does it just? No, okay, it did come to me in an email. I was thinking if I logged into the actual. I wonder did you open up your Udisc?
I have not opened up Udisc.
So right away when you open up Udisc, it says your year on the course is here. Check out the 2020 Udisc replay, and then it gives you some global statistics,
the global stats,
which talks about the most played course. Huh, that's an interesting statistic, Johnny.
Daniel Willis says log in and go to the profile, and it will show you.
Yeah, and it says open your 2020 stats. So
and I lied. I only had 4 rounds scored on Udisc, and probably only 6 or 8 rounds played this year.
Interestingly enough, under the global stats, it says the most played course, of course this is via Udisc entries, is in Oslo, Norway.
It's one dude who just plays it 3 times a day.
3 rounds a day, every day.
Scores it.
Individually scores it with all of his buddies as well.
That's right.
Wow.
He scores other cards too. He just walks around. May I score your card?
Holy cow! Let me look at this number. It says 122 million total holes played. Whoopee.
I said that.
59,429 aces.
I said that too. I think I said 52,000, but 59,000. Yeah. Pretty cool. So really, 14,000 true aces and so many internet aces.
59,000 aces.
I mean,
I would love to know, and of course, these are just rounds being scored, clearly. Believe it or not, not every score of every round of every person on the planet uses Udisc, but I would be curious to know, and not necessarily in a COVID year, maybe in 2019, I'd be curious to know how many hole-in-ones were recorded in golf in 2019. Is that a Google search, Johnny?
it is.
Golf hole-in-one. Huh. You would feel like that would probably there's probably a good chance of that statistic being relatively trackable because it's such a big deal. Right? And you probably don't have as many
Well, it says the average golfer has a 12,000 to 1 shot at making a hole-in-one.
We need more statistics, Udisc.
So-
I'd like to know what an average disc golfer's.
Well, according to Udisc, what is it? It's
Don't say something to the quadrillion to the fourth power.
No, you have. It was like what 59,000 divided by 122 million.
Holes played. Yep. Oh, great. Now we're going to math on the air. It's our strong suit, folks. You're going to find out just how smart Johnny and I still aren't at the ripe age of 42.
Nope, that definitely didn't work. Oh, jeez. I think I reversed that. Oh, that still didn't work.
You get an ace once every other throw. Good job, Johnny. All right. Well, okay. Udisc Josh comes to the rescue on the board. Thank you. He says 1 ace per 2,052 throws, which is right where Johnny was doing.
Oh, that's what I did have. I didn't buy it because it said that and then it had a decimal with a bunch of, and then like an E after it.
You're like, where do I round?
And I was like, did I
one?
just have like a 10th? I'm like, it didn't seem that hard.
All right.
God.
All right. So no surprise. We have much smarter people, thank God, out on the board, Josh. For us. Udisc Josh, thank you, Josh, says yes,
So,
1 ace per every 2,052.87 holes. So 1 ace every 2,052 holes.
Easier than
so
golf.
how many is that per 18 hole? 2,052 holes divided by 18. So 1 ace roughly every 114 rounds. If I did more math there. Okay. And then John Turlap, who was messaging me just before the show, good to see you, buddy, says 0.04%.
Okay.
Wow. He's an engineer.
Live math on the air. It's everyone's favorite show.
So they come in 2,000 hole bunches is what Chris says.
I mean, it depends where you play, obviously.
Yes.
That's probably more of your average course. If you were to play a course like here in Sheboygan, we have Volrath, which is everything's under or right around 250 and not a lot of obstacles in your way on some of the shots. So you'd probably rack them up, what a week there if you really played every day. But
Daniel Willis, yes, on the board says, so does this mean you should never enter the ace pot? I feel like there was an article written about that recently that just crossed my desk and I didn't click on it.
I think it depends on the course.
And or what kind of a betting, not just a betting man are you? And it's not even just skills to me.
If you enter the ace pot, let me put it this way: if you enter the ace pot every time, you're never coming ahead.
Correct. Okay, I was just gonna say if you're going on sheer economics of an ace pool. Now, more often than not, you're in your lifetime, you will likely not come out ahead. However,
pro tip: talk to the tournament director.
Okay.
Find out what happens if nobody hits an ace. If you're interested in that money, if that's something that you like, I would really like to win the $272 that are in there. Talk to the tournament director. Find out how they're going to determine it if no aces are hit.
That matters to you.
Wait and listen. Because that's what I'm saying. If that money matters to you, yes. Because if they say it's a CTP after that, and I say, okay, cool. I feel like I have just as good a chance at a CTP as anybody else, then sure. If the tournament director says, you know what, like you a lot of times do, we're going to donate it to the parks department. And
or to St. Jude.
Or St. Jude. Or whatever you do.
Split it.
If that's if that's something you're not interested in, don't get in the ace pool. If you want to donate, awesome. I'm just saying, if the only way it's given away is via an ace, like a lot of rolling leagues, probably not worth your time to get into. If there are other ways to win it, then that clearly changes your odds, and you might have a better chance. Because I'm sure you've won one. I know you've won one.
Thailand.
I've won CTPs for aces. Anybody can win them. But if you're strictly going after an ace, then your odds are not in your favor.
Okay, I that's a good idea to ask. However, I feel like either you're an ace pool person or you're not. Like, just generically speaking,
I'm an ace pool person.
As am I. Whether they tell me they're doing a CTP at the end of the day, or they're splitting it, or whatever, I don't really care what the rules are. I'm either in the ace pool or I'm not. There's very few qualifiers for me that I'm going to get worked up about one way or another. And yes, one way, especially during my November event, the Cold Turkey, now available on YouTube. Good plug, Johnny, that you can go out and watch.
Or on the front page
at that
of the
event
PDGA.
for the last few years, very much have been, because we're finishing, we're always going to be fighting daylight. And because I learned in the first couple of years that doing an ace pool throw off from the bar down the road that is on the side of the highway isn't an easy or good idea. I just kind of made the...
You hide it on the course. You hide the ace pool on the course and tell the players to go find it.
I instead just said, here's what we're going to do. If no aces are hit during the entire day, 50%, the last few years I've done, 50% goes to the Park Development Fund to help support the park and the course. The other 50% goes to St. Jude, or whatever combination you want to come up with.
Cheap son of...
That's the easiest. How does that make me cheap?
I don't know.
That's the easiest way to take that ace pool money and to find something good with it. Now, because having a CTP throw off at 5:30 at night on December 1st in Wisconsin in the dark probably is not does not bode well.
That shows for the diehards who really want that ace pool money.
Yes. So wow, there's a sidetrack on ace pools for you. One thing I will to continue the tangent briefly. I do not agree with.
Oh, geez.
And I certainly think it's stupid. I've heard of ace pools where people say, well, the first ace, they either get a larger share or all of the ace pool.
I don't like that.
And that is so dumb, because we all know, depending on where you start on a course, makes a world of difference. If the back nine doesn't have any aceable holes, but the front nine has 4 of them, and you just happen to start on hole 10, it doesn't make any sense. I don't know why any tournament director would do that.
What if they said lowest number hole? You aced hole 3, I aced hole 6. And it doesn't matter the difficulty. Would that make a difference? Because everybody has to play
I
them
still
at some
think it's,
point.
of course, really stupid.
I do
but
too.
At least it's fair.
Throwing it out there, I know.
At least it's fair.
Thanks, Dust. Happy holidays. Much appreciated for the super chat.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
right. It's fair.
It's quote unquote fair.
It's stupid, but
I
it's
agree.
fair.
It just popped in my head the way you said it. No, I'm a fan of just splitting the ace pool as many ways as there are aces.
Dion says, I think ace pools should be paid by the foot.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Mr. 480-foot thrower. Go take a flying leap.
It would be kind of funny to add up all the total feet of aces hit. And then do it proportionally. Is that what he's suggesting? So if there's a 200-foot ace and there's a 600-foot ace and there's $100 in the ace pool, somebody gets.
That's because Dion can't throw shorter than 280. That's his problem.
He's got short thrower problems.
That's right.
That would be an interesting way to do it, because then you are rewarding someone that gets the 400,
a tougher ace, so to speak.
While we're being dorks about it, are we going to
divide it up by par
or account for elevation? Well, yeah, I threw a 550-foot ace, but it was downhill 400, downhill 40 total feet versus uphill 10.
No. That would be interesting.
I don't need any more Udisc Josh while I'm trying to get an ace, okay?
Because if I have to call Udisc Josh to figure out the ace pool, we are in trouble. We are.
So I threw this speed 14 driver uphill with a 30-degree turn, and my buddy threw a putter, a speed 4 with a glide 3.
We'll make that better be in the next Udisc update, like the Ace Pot figure air outer.
Maybe not. All right. So there are clearly some math that need to get figured out there. Okay. Did Scott ghost us? Was the question that came in. We have not heard from him.
I just messaged him again just now. He may have ghosted us.
Yeah. It's so, the best part about it is we've gone back and forth for a few weeks about locking in tonight. Rarely do we line up a guest.
Yeah, we're not organized.
Yeah, rarely do we have a guest like really legitimately lined up. And so the one time we do, maybe he's delivering. I'm going to assume he's delivering gifts to kids somewhere and doing something philanthropic of some sort out there.
I do know Scott is doing a Christmas special, so to speak.
Yes, we'll break that news now then.
Yeah, he's doing a Christmas special for those of you that don't know. He's inviting a bunch of disc golfers on. He's going to be streaming it on his YouTube page or his Facebook page, probably, actually, now that I think about it. And it seems like almost everybody is stopping in at some point just to say hi. It's for a lot of people who maybe can't go visit their family for the holidays, whether it be due to distance or COVID or whatever the situation. He is, so he'll be doing that for sure. And I think he's got a couple other projects lined up, Podcaster 7 and things like that. We'll get more from him if he decides he's gonna, materialize for us.
Yes, and Chaser 90EK says donates $2 to the super chat to subsidize the Scott Stokely search party. So we appreciate the
and if we need him, Dion. We got Dion.
Let's dial up Dion. Let's get that man on.
Dion, you got our Skype.
You got our digits, Dion, and it sounds we need all the fresh deets on you and your 22-year extension with Discraft. That was maybe some of what I was alluding to earlier is the long extension that Dion is working on. We'll see if we can get him. If we can get him on Skype, we can see if we can bring him in. Well, I know Dion he's got all the fresh details.
He's already, and I'm sure he'll talk about it, he's already starting to work on his campaign for the disc golf board, for the PDGA board.
2024 Arlen Trump is what I heard.
I don't think you heard that.
No.
Knowing Dion the way I do not believe you heard that.
Okay, that's not the ticket.
That's not,
as
literally.
They say. Okay, well, apparently he's campaigning. We'll see.
We can get some information out of him. We're gonna have the Dion phone.
All right. Also, reading off the board, Stephen Hill says, "Never mind here." I don't know what that's in reference to. Maybe he sent me a message via the some other socials.
You just end campaign season, and some Yahoo starts up another one, and this time it's Dion. We haven't even had an inauguration yet, and I already have to deal with Dion's political commercials.
Yeah. I think he's demanding recounts, if I had to guess. That sounds like something he'd be doing. Also, good to know that we, if we need him, we could get a follow-up and some details from Kingsley, as in Kinga, who joined us from Australia a few weeks ago, and he said that he's got some updates on the disc golf day, the Aussie Disc Golf Day, if I could spit that all out. So we'll see what we have going on here, and we can get things finalized. So Tim on the board is suggesting a Dion Simon 2024 ticket.
That would be fun. Simon has continued to do his vlogs. He did a pretty cool one with Yuli, them playing pool. And he had some pool trick shot, I believe is what he had. I have not watched it, but...
don't spoil it for me then.
He makes it.
Oh my gosh. Ryan Pilcher jumps in here. And Ryan, you're so kind and sweet. Ryan jumps in with a $50 super chat for starters. So thank you very much, Ryan. That is insanely sweet of you. And I do want to bring up... Way to jog that memory. $50 will do that for me, Ryan.
Shakes Terry loose a little bit.
Ryan hosted as a member of the Discontinuum Club this weekend, and I know I posted about this on Instagram. Ryan hosted the Discontinuum Club Challenge Invitational down in Northern Illinois. It's a club out of Northern Illinois, and it's a free tournament. completely free to the disc golf club members, the Discontinuum club members. It was a PDGA event. I think it has been every year since 2005. It is a completely free tournament that works kind of as a membership drive / fundraising, really a membership drive. And it's a way for the club members to get together to have two sanctioned rounds. They typically hand out their bag tags, although this year with COVID, they didn't. But those are all the types of things that take place. And it's something that they started in 2005. And I remember going to it for the first couple of years. And I remember thinking, this is crazy. Like, there's 36 of us here, and we're taking a day off of work. Well, I wasn't at the time, but people are taking a day off of work to play like on a random Friday, and this is so much fun. This is such a great idea for this low-key event. And now Friday disc golf is incredibly common if it's a flex start or the first round of a 3-round A tier or a national tour NT or pro tour. It's not as big of a deal anymore. But the fact is that they host this event. It was sold out, and it's completely free to the members. And so huge tip of the hat and nod to the Discontinuum Club, who had started this, like I said, 15 years ago. They're still doing it now. Ryan headed it up primarily himself this weekend. I know he had a little bit of help from the state coordinator, Mike Krupika, but just awesome to see. They had it down at Fairfield Park in Round Lake, Illinois, and lots of great people. They only offer like 3 divisions, I think, for this. You're really just playing for the camaraderie, for the PDGA sanctioned rounds. And that's what it's really all about. Very low-key event. So
I've got 2 notes.
Yes.
1, Scott Stokely chimed in and said, shit! So there's that.
Okay.
He did say he'll be ready at 10:30, so half hour. So we're going to have a half hour.
Oh, no. What does that mean then?
It means that we need to keep our conversation with our next guest.
Oh, so many guests tonight.
The man who's bringing back the hairstyle that I haven't seen since junior high, Dion Arlyn. Look at that. He's got like this samurai man bun going. Like all the
doing
rage,
the man bun.
all the rage when we were in middle school.
What's up, buddy? How you doing tonight?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you gentlemen doing?
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Happy
Things are
holidays,
working.
man. Happy holidays.
Thank you, and Merry Christmas to you guys. It's very exciting. We've got the family here. A little check-in from Phoenix. It's going to be 2 in about 2 months.
Awesome.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
Very cool.
Just like a politician, kissing babies, shaking hands.
Yeah. That's
love it.
I see where this is going already.
Garnering the adoration of all the disc golf fans out there.
So, let's get right into that. I know we've kind of danced around it here, but I saw, your post a few days ago saying you're already starting to think about the election for next year. Kind of break down what your thoughts are and what we're going to see and hear from you.
Of course. So it's a few things. One of them, mostly, probably the primary driver here, is just simply wanting to get the thoughts out of my head. I just have too much thinking happening here, need to find a way to get it out. So I've committed to putting more content out on Twitter. And that is a good, I think, platform for just kind of sharing those high level, very campaign friendly. Here's what I would do. Here's what I'm thinking. 1, 2, 3 step type thoughts that are popping into my head constantly. The other thing too is I want to socialize these ideas before the campaign actually happens, before voting, and before, if I by some miracle get voted into a board position, that these things that I bring up at the board meetings won't be the first time that other board members have heard these ideas. So I want there to be a little bit of socialization effect where some of these ideas are talked about, discussed, absorbed before they come to the table and the real deal.
Well, I think it's a really interesting way to go about it, and it makes total sense, but it's something we haven't really seen before in disc golf, is somebody really putting out a platform well before the election. Normally, the election is announced, you see all the people who apply, and they have their campaign statements, and then your job is to go through and try to read them all, kind of get a general idea. But you're taking a much more forward-thinking approach and saying, hey, everybody, this is what I'm ramping up to. And I'm sure it'll all be in a campaign statement someday, but at least a lot of people will be familiar, whether they agree or disagree with you, well ahead of time.
Yeah, okay, slow down. He's not in our pocket yet. So no, I'm just kidding.
Will be soon. I've seen him get bought on Twitter. I think Melton bought him or something. I don't remember who it was.
No,
Yeah,
in all,
Fish bought you.
in all seriousness, no, as Johnny just summarized, yeah, it is a great idea. To be fair, in a much sloppier approach, we do hear people say, well, if I was on the board, here's what I would do, or I'm going to start a players' union, blah, blah, blah. And then usually they kind of are just senseless rants. Maybe rant is maybe not senseless. They're more just off-the-cuff rants. You're clearly a more articulate than that. Is that a fair way to put it?
I think so. And, I think it bodes well for the state of disc golf that there's somebody who, like me, is interested, has been playing for a long time, now has a lot more professional experience kind of outside of the disc golf world that I'm excited to bring back into the disc golf world. Last year we had 17, or I guess this past year we had 17 candidates. I think I took home a little over 1,000 votes. It was good enough for maybe the 6th spot, which any other year would have gotten me one of the 2 available positions. So I think that just reflects well on the growth of the sport and the growth of interested parties and wanting to see change happen.
Do you think we're going, and this year was unique in so many ways, of course, but do you think we'll continue to see 17 potential candidates throwing their hat in the ring? Or do you think this year, brought about, something that was unique?
I think this year will be a spike. I think there'll be fewer candidates next year. However, there are 3 open positions. So that is really attractive for people who, like myself, kind of thought about it very quickly last year and decided to go for it, and maybe enjoyed that experience or kind of are left wanting more. Seeing that there's 3 positions open is be pretty tantalizing.
Is that 3rd one because of the Will Schustrick, or is it just 3
That's correct.
in general? Okay.
Yeah, two terms and the 1 year from Will.
Do you feel like, and this shouldn't be critical or offensive to anyone, shouldn't be, but do you feel like we have a good old boys network in any way, shape, or form, or do you feel like that has subsided? We no longer, that maybe that feeling or sentiment isn't out there anymore, or is it out there? Or, yeah, how do you feel about that?
I wouldn't say we have a good old boys, either board or feeling now, but what we desperately are missing is representation. Which is ironic given that the straight white middle class male wants a seat on the board.
That's what we're missing. Definitely, you are.
Yeah, exactly. But there is definitely been a part of what I've been wanting to do with my local club this year, and my wife who doesn't even like disc golf, she just thinks of it as the thing that I spend all my time doing. She goes, I would want to get involved, and I talked about doing like a women's brand and her being kind of a creative content provider to that, running a league and paying women to play. So really trying to think of creative ways to get more women involved. There was a tournament at Fort Steilacoom, just a few blocks from my house, last weekend that had I think over 50 women show up. It was a women's only winter event. Had nearly 50 women, so that's super impressive, and I want to keep that momentum going with some leagues and other outreach programs.
I have to follow up and say, what was the key to that success? That's a huge accomplishment and a really solid number. What were some of the keys to that success, and so we can share it with the rest of the world?
Yeah, now I actually wasn't even involved in the event. There was a few local players who are in kind of the FPO, FA1 division wanted to organize an event, and I think just through kind of their network of other competitive female disc golfers, were able to get everybody organized, as well as attract some recreational players. So I just saw it happen, and I was totally impressed, and had been thinking at the same time how I wanted to do more outreach to the women disc golfers and other communities. And so I was totally blown away. So I'll actually be following up with the event organizer there and hopefully partnering on a league for next year.
Speaking of representation, I'm looking at the board of directors right now. Do you feel like there is not, or does it matter even, any sort of U.S. West Coast representation? And I'm trying to think of who would have even been the last person, because you were talking about a good old boys network, and it kind of feels like with the PDGA being on the East Coast, we've seen a lot of people come from that general area. Now, maybe that's just more of a hotbed. Innova's kind of hosted down there. We know, I think Prodigy is out of that general area. Will's on the board, obviously. Elaine King, I think Florida is where she resides now.
No, she's in North Carolina,
North
South
Carolina. Okay. It just feels like we have a very East Coast. I think Nate Heinold might be the furthest west that we have. And we have someone over from Europe. We have Laura. Do you feel like there needs to be West Coast representation, or does having a lot of people from the East Coast, is that good enough for the U.S., we'll say?
Yeah, I'm not so concerned about West Coast. I don't think that the interests in the western half of the United States are all that different from anywhere else in the country from that perspective. I spoke a lot with Mark Oxer last year, who was another candidate from Canada. And one of the things that he described, which I thought was really, really great perspective, was how if the basis of PDGA membership, if the basis of value for the PDGA membership is competitive play, but you live in a place in Alberta like he did where you can only competitively play 6 out of the 12 months because the other 6 months you're you're under snow, then should you get half off on your membership fee? And that comment that he made, I don't think it was serious, like he wasn't really proposing half off, but just kind of commenting on, where's the value of a membership coming from? And it really sparked a lot of ideas in me as far as kind of the digital transformation approach that I kind of basis of my platform last year and as my number 2 point in my platform this year, which is providing more value per membership that's accessible 24/7, which would be on the digital front. So more interactive features on the website, just a general facelift on the PDGA site anyways, but there's a lot that could be done there that drives value for any member.
Well, and to follow that up, I know outside of the U.S., the PDGA memberships and then how they interact to have the Euro memberships and such, they're all structured a little bit differently, whether you're receiving a magazine or not, the amount of events, and then just I think the overall cost conversion probably from U.S. dollar to any other denomination. I know currency. Thank you. I do feel like some of that is accounted for, but we could get more specific about where people are getting the most value based on where they live, and then how uniform that approach does or doesn't need to be. And I think that's kind of where you're going with that.
Sure.
And you do not have to be shy here. That's why I'm going to ask it so bluntly.
Oh, I had it drop.
You there?
That's probably my terrible internet.
That's right. You do have terrible internet. That's the first thing we got to fix. No. All right. Can you hear me now?
As a PDGA board member, we need a better internet.
All right. Yep. All right. So I was saying you don't have to be shy here, and this is why I'm going to be so blunt about it. What is the smartest disc golf idea you've either proposed or that has come to fruition?
Let's see. Very few of my ideas have actually come to fruition, which is sad. But I think probably my favorite idea, which is just kind of like a fanboy wish list item for me, is a stats module called Head to Head. This would be one of the things that could be very easily developed that would be really fun for people to do on the website, which is plug in any 2 PDGA numbers and see all the times they've competed against each other and who's ahead lifetime. So I use Paul and Ricky as the classic example, but Barry and Climo.
Yeah, I was just gonna say
I'd love to just see lifetime the 900 tournaments they've played against each other and who's ahead by stroke. So there's just all this historical data just sitting idly within the PDGA database that I would love to crack open and explore for kind of the fun stat side, as well as just understanding the data that they have. I mean, there's thousands and thousands and thousands of tournaments that are just lessons to be learned for everybody that are just sitting there.
And I'll be curious to see if we know that at the end of the year, Steve Gans is leaving the PDGA. He's been a huge driver in the front end, the back end of the PDGA website, and a lot of the scoring and live scoring and stats.
Overall technology.
And just technology. Yeah. I mean, he has kind of brought it into the modern day. So with him leaving, and I know they're looking for someone to replace him or try to fill his shoes. I'll be curious if some of that stuff can happen. It can statistically happen, or where the priorities lie in something like that. It'd be interesting to see if the website changes feel or anything like that. I'll be the next 2 years, I think, will be interesting for the PDGA digitally.
So I'll follow that up and intertwine it with your comment then, Dion. Do you see something like that, which clearly is not critical to the functionality of the PDGA, but do you see something like that, an initiative like that, as a task force, as a pet project, as a volunteer project? Do you want to see PDGA money be allotted and put toward actual developers, or could you see a small group of enthusiasts and volunteers heading something like that up? How do you propose something that like that comes to fruition?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think this is probably the curse of being a nonprofit that makes any organization that's governed in such a way hard to pivot and move. But if I were to be perfectly honest, I would say that I would actually like to see the PDGA's scope narrow in what it's trying to accomplish and focus on maybe four to 10 very big key initiatives, and then things like technology, they proliferate that activity. So what you described with, crowdsourcing, pet project, just straight up throwing funding at some developers. Happen to know some guys at Udisc who are very talented, who would love to crack out that database. So I would like to see the PDGA concentrate its efforts into a small set of activities that are designed to be very specific to creating the platform of disc golf and the standardization and the enhancement and the networking and the infrastructure. And then all of these other things, the feature set of kind of cool stuff, or even like large tournaments like Disc Golf Pro Tour versus National Tour. I want to see PDGA pull away from those activities and allow these other independent companies that have a stake in the game drive the value in those areas.
Well, and as you're saying that, which I fully understand and can get behind, but as you're saying that, it's also, I feel like, keeping in mind that if you polled 100 of our members and you said, here's a blank piece of paper, write down your number one priority within disc golf, I feel like you're going to get 90 different answers out of 100 players. And I think that's one thing that's so incredibly tough. You're trying to get specific and narrow down some areas in which the PDGA should really kind of have laser line focus in this area. And I think the daunting task is the fact that we might have 60 other people that feel like, no, these are the top priorities. Let's focus on those. I think kind of bridging those gaps and finding some commonality among our constituents, I guess, our members, is really a tall task because we all have different priorities, right?
Yeah, I would say that in itself should be probably one of the primary focuses. If you were to say, what's my top 10, right? I said 4 to 10 things. Okay, I'll put one on the board, which would be doing more market analysis and turning to the data. 50,000 active members, and they are disc golfers, so they all have an opinion. We know that to be true. So send out that survey, right? What are the things that you want to see happen? But it also comes down to how you ask the question. I don't think the right question is, let's ask 50,000 people what the strategic direction of the organization should be.
That's why we vote for
Let's
people.
ask. Yeah, that's right. Let's ask 50,000 people what value they want to receive for their PDGA membership. How many people like getting the magazine versus if you were to show them the cost?
I think you're saying the cost of the magazine.
Yeah, and doing it digital versus.
It's something I know I have
harped on for years. I know.
Giving people the option of just send me a PDF of the magazine.
Correct. Which I know the digitization is still in the works.
It's in the works.
So, Dion, as we were I think we were continuing your thought about, yes, the whether it's the options or the cost, as you were saying, of a physical magazine as opposed to going digital with it. I'm guessing that's where you're going to complete that thought.
That's right. Yeah. And so ultimately it comes down to, I'm choosing to be a PDGA member for a certain reason. I might get value out of it. Personally, Dion gets value out of it as a professional competitor, right? So I get to compete in the professional division and earn prize money, and that's great. But now as a father, and I have kids, I go, well, my kids aren't going to be professionals anytime soon. So what's their reason to be a PDGA member? I haven't signed them up yet. You'd think such a diehard, long-time person like me would be dying to sign up their kids, but I go, well, I don't need another copy of the magazine. and they're not going to play tournaments. So why do I need to sign them up? Right. So there needs to be value added for lots of different reasons. And I think driving that value will be one of the key ways to grow the membership, which ultimately means more money, which means, more opportunities. But the PDGA has had to do everything for so long. It's worn so many hats. It's been really the only organized body for the vast majority of disc golf's history. But I think we're in a really cool spot now where there's other groups ready to take that on. So Disc Golf Pro Tour, I think, could very well execute the professional touring mechanism. And then those resources currently going towards national tour or other, professional top tier events can be gradually shifted in towards other areas like developing the disc golf infrastructure, connecting clubs, right? There's thousands and thousands of disc golf clubs across the country, and they're all trying to do the same thing, but none of them are talking to each other, right? Or they're talking to their neighbor club, a few counties down the road, and no one's really networking. What did Nate Heinold do that was so successful that transformed Ledgestone into what it was? And can other clubs in other areas replicate that? And I think the answer is yes. And simply PDGA could be funding the templatization, the research and package that then clubs can take and go to their parks departments and make those pitches and have a professional package to support that effort.
Do you feel like, whether it's in the past or moving forward, do you feel like a focus or goal of the PDGA should be to help secure some kind of either national or major sponsorship or partnerships or funding and those types of relationships? Should the PDGA at our organizational body level, should we be trying to find those partnerships?
I think if you'd asked me that 3 or 4 years ago, I would have said yes. I would say that things have changed a little bit, and that's for the better. I think that that's exactly what Disc Golf Pro Tour is positioning itself to be able to do, is to have a marketable product with eyeballs, and that's kind of the whole point. That's why somebody would want to get involved with us. There is plenty of other money to be had out there, though. The PDGA certainly can be creating a narrative around the health and recreational benefits and societal benefits of the sport of disc golf. There is a guy in my local club, you guys might have met him, Matt Van Dusen, who has gone and does a lot of dynamic disc events and runs some of the events here at Fort Steilacoom. But quite literally, and he'll tell you this is his story, disc golf saved his life. He'd been facing a lot of challenges and had a lot of tough things going on and wasn't quite certain he wanted to keep fighting that battle, and then stumbled into the disc golf course, found this community, and tells everybody disc golf saved my life. Right. So that's a story that highlights the exercise, health, community, societal benefits of the sport. And there's probably thousands of stories like that in the disc golf community. So that as a narrative, right, PDGA can package that up, maybe commission some grant writing specialists, and then work with national organizations who fund these endeavors, these activities that get people out of the house, get people active, allow people to find communities, and generally improve their well-being. There's plenty of money out there to be had, and the PDGA has a perfect seat to create that package to collect that money.
And maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but does that kind of then align with the idea of what's the PDGA doing to partner or support a Uplay disc golf or an Edge disc golf? Do you see them trying to seek out those collaborations and partnerships, or do you see the PDGA creating or having their own endeavor that fulfills those needs?
So I think the theme is PDGA has been trying to do it all, and I don't think they need to anymore. With efforts like Uplay, and I mean, this is very telling that Des is the youth and education coordinator at the PDGA, as well as one of the co-founders of Edge, right? So why continue to support Edge versus bring that function in-house? I couldn't tell you, but there's the internet.
No, you're fine. I mean, I think it's really interesting because we have Edge and Uplay, and we have these, as we grow, we're going to have competing foundations and entities. And where does the PDGA put its weight? edge has been around the longest.
Sure.
And it's been there forever. And obviously we have Des on there, but I think maybe that's as we've, a lot of other things, maybe that's a contract that needs to be signed for X amount of years to keep an eye on. And, and then there's an RFP, which the PDGA has been really good about.
Yeah. I think that's one of the biggest challenges, as you're kind of saying, Johnny, and Dion, you can attest to that. Fast forward 10 years, and if we have 10 edges or 10 U plays or 5 of each, whatever, they're all kind of with a similar goal and focus. Does the PDGA say, yes, we would like to raise money and then turn around and support you guys? Or do we find that one somehow becomes the official, educational partner of the PDGA? I just feel like there's some unknowns out there, and we, of course, love those entities, and Jay and Des and Zoe and crew. We love all of them. I just think we're in some kind of, Zoe kind of shook things up. Correct me if I'm wrong, but she shook things up by having an alternative even to Edge. And I think it's a good thing, but it's definitely different from what we've all experienced in our playing careers since Edge has come to since inception.
Yeah, I think the PDGA's role as it grows is I think to be the platform, to be the base, to be the stabilizer, and to really focus on standardization and the network effect. So you have, Zoe and Dustin popping up with Uplay, and if there's another dozen or so, motivated, capable people out there in the country doing those same activities elsewhere, you don't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel every time, right? But you also can just let motivated people GSD, get stuff done, right? So the PDGA can say, yep, hey, by the way, these people over here are doing this and these people over here are doing that. Have you guys talked to each other and shared your lessons learned, or maybe shared resources, or collaborated on the big pitch that's going to go out to the parks department or the school district, and maybe help refine, that presentation for each other so you both can be more successful in your own areas? That's where I see the PDGA being that platform that connects and supports versus the doers themselves.
Yeah, and sometimes I think that's really difficult because, as we all know, whether it's a passion project that turns into your career or a company you're starting, whether it's a 501, a nonprofit, or whether it's for profit, sometimes that collaboration can be really tough because it's also competition at the same time. And to be fair, Edge is trying to get into schools. Uplay is trying to get into schools. They both have something to be gained. So, it's egos, it's collaboration. There's a lot of things that factor into just how much they may interact and communicate with one another. And those are 2 examples right now. Like I said, when we have 10 of those, I think it becomes even
yeah. If we have 10 of those, I take that as a good sign. I think the competition and that just is a mark of progress, and that means we're that much closer to breaking through in those areas.
I mean, think of all the different foundations and fundraisers there are for things like breast cancer or all those other. Sure. At some point, if we're growing, we're going to start seeing people competing for your nonprofit dollars and things like that.
And speaking of progress, what would you say have been some of the highlights, some of the things that you've loved or really rallied behind or been excited about? What are a few, and it could be small or major, what are some of the things that you've seen develop and come to be true in the last few years that have excited you the most about disc golf? Because you're in a really unique position in that obviously you came into the scene back around 2004 and a really good player, successful player. You kind of stepped aside out of the major limelight and went on to pursue a very professional career, and now here you are. You're professionally lurking.
Don't call it a comeback.
Yeah, you and LL, we got you. You're more than professionally lurking, and you have so much talent and insight to provide and give. But what have been some of the things recently in the last year or two that have really gotten you excited?
About disc golf, like things
Yeah,
that have
yeah.
developed in the disc golf world. Or?
Exactly. Yeah, and it can be really high level, or it can be really specific, within your club. What are some of the that boys and the mantle pieces that we can put on display in these last couple of years that have kept you so excited and involved, even though your life's on a different path than it was 5 years ago.
Yeah. For me, really, the thing that gets me excited is learning what I've learned in the career that I have, which on the surface has nothing to do with disc golf. I'm in the financial industry. I had worked credit unions for 8 years. Just this past month, I actually got a job with a bank not too far from you guys, Choice Bank in North Dakota, Fargo, North Dakota, has a small division called Choice Fin that is a small group that takes fintech partnerships and works with them in the Choice Bank as the sponsor bank. Won't get into all the details there, but it's very
Thank
cool.
you.
It's very exciting. Yeah, you're welcome. Hey, that's our time, everybody. But it's very cool, very exciting, and there's a tremendous amount of concepts just happening in the business world around digital transformation and disruption and different ways of organizing your strategies and your priorities. Those are the things that I'm really excited about and trying to influence back into disc golf. I think when we talked about representation and you said, oh, the West Coast. I said, no, I wouldn't. I don't think about the West Coast so much, but I do think the PDJ lacks representation and thought and creativity and different mindsets, and that's where I particularly shine. Is I've never really thought the same as anybody. I've always had a off-kilter approach to whatever it is I'm doing, for better or for worse. But there are times where that creativity and innovation can take something that we all hold for granted and just completely slice it down and make it obsolete. So it's those things that I've seen happen within my professional career that I'm really excited about seeing happen in the disc golf world.
Well, and I think, just to I hope I'm not oversimplifying it, but just challenging the status quo a little bit.
Yes.
Let's think outside the box. Let's have some new, fresh ideas, some bigger. Maybe we need to be thinking bigger. Maybe not. Maybe more practical, less practical. I'm not sure, but I, like you're saying, I think some different perspectives are certainly a good thing.
Yep.
And if they get beat down and voted out, well, then so be it. But at least you're able to vocalize them and bring them forward to everybody. I think that's great.
Yeah. I'll give you one really quick one. I know I got to go because Scott's ready. Digital scorecards.
Mm-hmm.
It took us how long to get there? And we've all had smartphones for how long? And there was so much resistance. And then in this past year, certainly within the pandemic, at least in my area, they were just immediately adopted.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw a whole population of TDs go, wait, so I never have to print and handwrite scorecards again? And
Or
they all
double
went,
check them.
yes, yes. You mean the groups for round 2 are automatically sorted and published? Yes, yes. So it's that type of movement forward that can happen in basically every aspect of disc golf is ready to be transformed in that way.
So just to be clear, if I'm understanding kind of your platform statement, you're just somewhat hoping for a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic to hit every couple of years so that we can
push forward
our sport.
I've got a few viruses I've been working on that are ready for 2021, just in case.
I would sandbag those for at least like another 2 or 3 years.
Save it for 2024.
Yeah. Yes, good call.
It has been interesting to see the change in attitude towards, and I don't necessarily think it was a lot of TDs that were against it. I mean, it's just it felt like a PDGA issue.
No, I think it. Well, I mean, as the board will tell you, I think it was a player issue who someone just said on the board, I don't want to have to be on my phone.
That's part of it.
It's a Nate Doss, a prior Nate Doss that would say no. It's from a traditional, a purist standpoint that we need to be adding up scorecards on a piece of paper and turning those in. He was very adamantly against them for many years. You have an environmental perspective of whether or not we are wasting paper, but yet we're charging phones. There's a whole nother conversation. Are we buying into
minimal.
big tech? I mean, whose bitch are we, right? So anyway, I think there's a lot of different ways to look at it, and I don't think it's one approach. I think everyone's got an angle, and I think we just have to pick the least disruptive and move forward with it.
I don't want to pick the least disruptive. Sometimes I want to pick literally.
Well, in this case,
pick the most disruptive.
Yeah, okay. Depending on how you look at it, exactly. The most agreeable, the least agreeable, whatever it is. All right, Dion. Well, I'm not going to say you have our vote because we have to be paid for those, but
True story.
we will give you opportunities.
Are we obligated to bring on all the other
Yes.
14 losers?
Yeah. I was going to say the potential candidates.
No, I just want to get a little jab in there. That's all. No.
Yeah, and I know we missed an opportunity or didn't develop fully our opportunity to talk to more candidates last year. I think Dion is setting the mark right now that we should have this continued conversation with people that are seriously considering or putting their name in the on the ballot or plan to run or whatever. I think conversations like these are great. And then and then you're fully prepped. Then you have all your notes ready for how you can bash everyone else's statement for when you're ready to go because you were first.
You are set to go.
I love it.
That's right. So on top of trying to put out more Twitter content, I also hope to start my own podcast that will be running Tuesday nights. I mean,
wait a minute.
But the podcast that I'm thinking of, and it is just another way for me to get the words and thoughts out, is Disc Golf Transformation. What's the future of the sport and how we should get there? And then try to bring on guests such as you guys and
I like that.
other folks who like to think about disc golf and just have those conversations in a long format. So
awesome. Well, again, thank you. We know that you are often here watching with us live on Tuesday nights.
Learning.
We know that.
Sorry for your family.
Yeah, and we genuinely do appreciate the support. It's great that we've known you forever, but the fact that here we are all these years later, and you're trying to do all of these amazing things on top of what you're accomplishing locally, but then taking it to the next step. And we're glad to interact and catch up with you anytime. So we really appreciate you joining us here tonight.
appreciate you guys. Have a wonderful night. Merry Christmas. Stay safe.
All right. Same
Merry
to you.
Christmas to you
Take
too.
care. All right. As I said, well, I'm going to quickly forget his name unless I see it pop up with a super chat next to his name. I will quickly forget who we just had. But we did enjoy talking to Mr. Dion in all seriousness. Clearly a very articulate and he thinks things out.
I voted for him.
Yeah, I did too.
You probably don't even remember.
Actually, I don't like to talk politics here on the show, so we're going to move on. Do we have Scott possibly lining himself up?
I'm dialing Scott up right now.
Okay.
So we should hopefully see him. He is ready and raring to go.
Ryan, who just ran, like I said, the club event this last weekend, says, I think everyone, oh no, it scrolled up on me. Everyone should be required to keep a scorecard, and then at the end of the round, they should all match up.
Digitally, I'm okay with that.
Mike says digital scorecards are great. I mean, it does get into a whole other question of, like I said, are you requiring somebody to use something digital on their phone? Who's that onus put on? Clearly, there's been countless times, whether that's via Udisc or the PDGA scoring, I watch 4 people get to the hole, and they know that scoring needs to be done, and all 4 are like, oh, my phone's almost dead, or oh, my phone's in the car, or my phone's not going to last a whole round. Everyone, I have bad service. I've heard them all, and I think
that's when you whip out a battery, be like, I got a battery though.
I got a battery and a spare phone. Here you go. Anyway, well, with
speaking of the future of disc golf,
yes, past, present, and future, coming in from our Disc Baron Digital Green Room, the guy that has possibly documented and lived some of the greatest stories in the sport of disc golf, and he's here to share them with all of us. Scott Stokely, how you doing tonight, buddy?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you guys doing?
couldn't be better.
We are great. We are great.
Where
So
first,
You can't see this, but oh wait, it turned off. I had a fire going. I was in front of a fireplace in the Christmas spirit. I'm in a condo in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, in the Christmas capital of Tennessee.
I was going to ask. That was going to be my first question. Like, where are you? Every time we have you on, you're someplace different. It could be Colorado, Texas, California. I can't keep track of you. It's almost like you're a nomad.
Or you're on the run.
Or yeah, that could be it too. He'd be doing a piss poor job if he was on the run, and he just told, and he's on our podcast. 2, he told everybody where he is, assuming he's not lying.
Yeah. What do you mean I'm like a nomad? Back in January, I took everything I owned, aside from a couple boxes of, kid stuff that I put in a friend's garage. Everything else I owned, I either threw away or gave away. I have no storage unit. I'm on the road forever for the rest of my life, traveling, doing disc golf till the end. And at my age, that's probably about 6 weeks. But.
So where do I'm going to go dark. What do you want done when you die? Like,
in disc golf?
Just in general, like, do you
want to be put in a frisbee?
Do you want to be put in a frisbee? Do you want to be buried somewhere? Do you want your ashes scattered at your favorite hole? Like, you now have no
be put into a tea pad. We could mix you into a tea pad.
Actually, now I'm going to sound like a crazy person because, look, chemtrails are actually water vapor. We walked on the moon, and Lee Harvey Oswald shot JFK. I'm not a nutcase. However, I am going to have my head chopped off, frozen cryogenically, put into a jar, and I'm going to be brought back to life someday to haunt the future.
Awesome.
I thought you were going to say you'd like your head then to be given away as like a world's trophy.
That could be a traveling trophy. Yes. Like you are in charge of the Stokely head for the next 50 or 80 years.
It could be, but the thing is, once it gets warm, all the cells die, and then you can't someday with a robot body.
Okay, well, there goes that idea.
By the way,
on a semi-tangent serious note, let's backtrack to Steady Ed, and some of our viewers may not even know this, depending on their history. Steady Ed, when he passed away, ultimately had his ashes then put into a mixture of discs that were molded up at Discraft, and then put into some frisbees, some Sky Styler type frisbees. Is that a crazy idea by today's standards? Is that only reserved for the father of disc golf, Steady Ed?
No, I think. Well, okay, so I found this out when I had meningitis, but legally, once you die, you can't decide what happens to your body. Apparently, it belongs to the state or something like that. It's really bizarre. Like, you can't have your ashes dumped anywhere you want. But, no, why not? Like, I mean, you've paid your dues, and you earned it in death. Do whatever you want with your body. I don't care.
I think there's 10 people. There's 10 people in the sport that could probably get away with that, and people would be cool with that. Like some like your Scott, your Kenny, maybe Barry, Jim Kenner, Dunapace. Like those are the type of people I think that legitimately isn't weird. You or me, I call up Scott Kesey from DGA, and I'm like, Scott, guess what I want? I don't think that flies over quite as well.
Yeah, I'm going to stick to my original plan, though. But, I thought, like, what better way to torture my daughter after death than for her to know that my head is in a jar somewhere? Like, make any bad decisions after I'm gone, because I might be back sooner than you think to nag you about it.
So she's doing well. I know you didn't you meet up with her, or were doing some traveling with her for a little while, or was that just her birthday that you guys did you go? You guys went hiking, right?
No, we went on a mountain biking trip out in Moab, out in the desert.
Okay.
She's really into mountain biking. Hey, I'll brag for 2 seconds. She is starting her junior year at university. She's studying math, and she is in the process over Christmas break. She discovered a mathematical proof, which is very rare for undergrads, even less common for women because they're misrepresented in the field of mathematics. And she's publishing a proof as an undergrad that is basically her writing her ticket to, well, basically anything she wants to do in her field after doing this. So and it's already been peer reviewed. It's like she did it. She just has to spend like 6 weeks writing the paperwork. But yeah, she's jamming.
Still up at Lawrence University, right? Up in Appleton, where we grew up.
Yeah, and here's the funniest part too, because I'm a nerd and I have a math background, and I said, can you explain what this proof is? She says, well, not really. And I said, well, can you put it in lay terms, just like in some way conceptually that I can understand? And she says, no.
Wow.
And you have a math wow.
That's way
yeah.
Which is funny because I don't think of Lawrence as necessarily a mathematical school. It tends to be more of a liberal. Growing up, we always knew it as a liberal arts school. It was where a lot of the like your theater majors tended to roll off to. But I mean, it's a university. It has a little bit of everything. So that's awesome.
And thanks for asking, guys. Yeah, she's jamming. She's couldn't be prouder.
And to bring that full circle, last week, I drove through Appleton, again, where Johnny and I are from. I drove by Lawrence, and I immediately thought of you and your daughter, going to school there as I was driving down College Ave in Appleton.
It's a good town and a good school.
Yeah, awesome. All right, so you're working on stuff. You're always working on stuff, right? But you've got new stuff that you're working on. Where do we even begin? I think of some media that you're really developing a couple of channels of media. Where do you want to start?
I want to start with something really relevant that's going to happen in a couple days. There's a new PDJ rule that I've proposed.
Okay.
And I want to see what you guys think of it. So here's my new rule. Is that I believe it should be against the rules for any disc golfer to spend Christmas alone. Mm. And that if they wind up alone on Christmas Day, they must immediately advance their disc to the Facebook Live Christmas party that I'm hosting on Christmas Day. It's going to be, there's going to be a link you guys can include on my page. It's from noon till 3 p.m. Eastern time, completely free. There's 3 hours of just Frisbee disc golfers and Frisbee family getting together. But I have a really special guest list, and I would love to tell you guys some of the people that are showing up.
Yeah, it's jam-packed and star-studded. Let's hear it.
It is, and I'll make this brief, but we have amateur world champion and probably one of the most likable disc golfers out there, Paul Ulibarri, USDGC champion James Conrad, world champion Sarah Hokum, the man that threw the most famous throw in the history of our sport, Philo Brathwaite, USDG champion Jeremy Colling, three-time world Grandmaster champion Ron Converse, four-time world doubles champion Kevin McCoy, Elaine King. I think she has 70 some odd world titles or something. I have a math background and I couldn't count as high.
We could develop a proof for that.
We just usually call her the GOAT. She's the greatest of all time.
Yeah, that made him think about it twice. Says Scott. Okay, Scott, you locked up for just a moment, but I think we might have you back.
Did we get locked up?
Okay, now we got you back. All right. Elaine King was the last name you mentioned. Continue on.
A winner of over 150 PDJ tournaments, Brad Chick, world distance record holder Jennifer Allen, and USDGC champion Nate Sexton, and some other people that are very, very likely to show up, but they couldn't guarantee, so they didn't want me to announce it. But it's going to be great, and they all got they're taking time away from their families to stop by. It's really generous, so they're going to probably pop in for just a few minutes to say hi, but they're all giving their time just so we can have fun with our Frisbee family on Christmas Day. So stop on by. It's free. It'll be fun. We'll make fun of all the people that weren't there. I don't know. Probably.
That sounds like a lot of people.
It is a lot of people. Oh, Smashbox can never pull that off because we talk to everybody for like 2 hours apiece. Just so everyone's clear, which Facebook page is this on? This is on your personal one? You've got a few that you work with.
All of them. Just go to the Scott Stokely page or the Scott Stokely Disc Golf Method, Scott Stokely Podcast. And hopefully you guys can put up a link on your page. But just find me on Facebook, and I've been talking about it. I've been announcing a new person every day, so I've been talking about it every day for a couple weeks.
Well, maybe this is all too obvious. Maybe it's not. How did you come up with that thought or idea?
Well, the way is that I, for the past number of years on Christmas, every year on Christmas, I just post my phone number to Facebook, and I just say, "Don't be alone today." If you like, I'm not trying to counsel anybody. I'm just trying to say there's somebody that wants to talk to you out there. And every year at Christmas, I get a handful of people that call. Most of them I never even talked to again, or that I know, but I've made myself accessible, and it's just something I like to do. Since I started doing my my tutorial videos, I'm getting like 40,000 views on several recent ones. And my thought is if I posted my phone number, it might just kind of get out of control.
Mm.
But I didn't want to not do the spirit of what I've been trying to do, because it's a hard time for everybody. Not everybody, but it's a hard time for a lot of people the holidays, but especially this year, the isolation people feel. I thought, what's a few hours? And then it's also cool because all the people that I asked to join are all, I mean, these are my friends. These are all really just good human beings that love the chance to do something. Everybody was excited about it. I didn't have to talk anybody into it. They were like, man, that's cool. I can't wait to say hi. So it just gives them an opportunity to also reach out to people as well. So.
And then I'll follow that up and say, is there, those are all, I'm not trying to, is there an agenda? Everything you just said, I love the idea, but I mean, are you planning on just kind of having a chat? Is there anything you're trying to accomplish other than just feel?
He stumped him.
The way he's frozen on there looks like like I really did give him.
Agenda wasn't the right word.
Yeah, agenda is not the word. Okay, it looks like we got you back, Scott.
Like a syllabus or.
We go.
All right, we'll see if we can.
Perfect.
There we go. Yep, looks like we got you back. Yeah, Johnny's right. Agenda is not the word. But yeah, are you planning on asking them questions, or is there any kind of official format? I'll say.
No. Hey, let me just log in back onto that connection real quick.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm sorry, guys.
No, that's fine.
No worries.
Biggest.
All
right.
Scott will be hosting a live video on Christmas. Will you have any tech support on Christmas Day?
No, but this is actually a good beta test because I was going to be using the Wi-Fi at this resort, and now I'm going to probably look for options. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, now we got you. Now we got you. I guess I was just asking if there's any specific format or initiative or anything that you're trying to do other than just to create this, fireside chat.
No, it was just don't be alone on Christmas. I mean, you don't have to be alone. Everyone's invited. But I told coming in, I didn't want to schedule times because I didn't want to make it a hassle for anybody. I wanted it to be when I sneak away. I promised everybody when I contacted them that I'll within 10 minutes tops, I will make an excuse for you to leave. You don't have to, explain why you're leaving. That way, no one would feel pressured. Although I'm sure some people will stick around longer, but a lot of people are with their families and said, "Yeah, I can step away for 10 minutes," which is cool. It's really generous.
Yeah, it's a great idea and exciting that, like you said, whether you're alone or not, maybe you're with your family and you need an excuse to step aside to watch for a few minutes. That might be a good thing to do as well. So speaking of media and talking to people, you've been hammering yet again on podcast, on getting things going and offering up interviews and talking to people. Where are you at? What's that looking like? Give everyone the details.
Yeah, I mean, I've recorded about 14 episodes now, so I'm just getting started with it. But I've just switched it from 1 day a week to 2 days a week. What I'm doing, part of my agenda was I want to talk to non-disc golf people that wouldn't talk to me other than I have an audience for them, so I can have a conversation with interesting people. But what I'm doing is, the reason I'm doing it 2 days a week is I'm doing Mondays are going to be the disc golf days. I've already talked to PDJ number 2, Victor Malafronte, Paul Ulibarri, Simon Lizotte. For example, I'm going to have Glenn Whitlock on, the first player to tour, next. I've also talked to Sally Chapman from Diversity Disc Golf, Diversified Disc Golf. I'm sorry. I've also been talking to a guy that specializes in artificial intelligence, and I talk to a person who coaches public speakers, and I talk to a professional juggler. So I'm trying to mix it up. So if you just want disc golf stuff, you'll be tuning in Mondays, but then I get to talk to cool and interesting people on Thursdays, for mostly for me.
And how are well, let's ask this first question. How did you arrive on your format, and in terms of whether people are watching live, recorded, where can they find it, kind of all that stuff? Give us some of those nitty-gritty details.
Yeah, I'm not doing it live because that's a skill set. As you guys know, there's a learning curve, and I wanted to keep it easy and relaxed. But the idea of the format was really, I'm just going to do things that are entertaining to me. So I even had a couple podcasts, one where I just talked about how to deal with haters and how to brand yourself, because that's, something I've done. I've branded myself and taken risks that results in mixed opinions, and I've had to learn how to, work with that. I did a podcast on just the history of disc golf. I've done a podcast on, oh God, now I'm drawing a blank. But, if I feel like just talking, I'm just going to talk. So I'm going to have a couple podcasts just about the mental game coming up, where I'm just talking about that. So really, I'm just going to entertain myself. And that, I think, is the most sustainable approach. But that's my advice for everybody. If you make it fun for you and don't overthink it, it's easy to get stuff done. If you try to overthink it and construct it, you'll get buried in details.
It's one of the things that, Terry and I always joke that if we weren't doing this podcast, we'd be doing the podcast privately. Like, we'd call each other on the phone and talk, and we're just lucky enough to sucker people to come in and talk with us about disc golf. So this takes our place. And you're right. If you can entertain yourself and you can entertain at least maybe one other person, that's all you need. And that it's enough to get people to tune in and listen and have a good time.
Who would you say would be a prime demographic or audience member for what you're putting out? Is there someone it specifically should call to or reach out to, or is it just disc golf in general? Or who's your target audience?
I think the target audience is who's ever interested in that episode, because they're independent. Okay. I'm a Joe Rogan fan. And, Joe Rogan talks to people he wants to talk to, and on topics he's interested in that don't necessarily align with what his core fan base was interested in, comedy or MMA. But he clearly is just doing what he wants to do. And the cool thing about that podcast is if you're interested in physics but not mixed martial arts, you can just listen to the Green or the Krause episodes and not have to worry about the MMA episodes, or vice versa. So it's just, you can just pick and choose what you're interested in. I mean, there should be some people out there interested in artificial intelligence, because, we're going to work for the robots someday. They're going to take over. Like, it's nice, to prepare, but that's not for everyone. Us older people might not be around for it. Those kids on tour will work for the robots someday. They're gonna live to see it.
I think of frisbees, but then I think of balls. What shape is our Earth? What's your take on that?
Oh boy, I don't know. I think there's been a collusion among the several hundred people that have eyewitnesses, and they're all lying to us together and have agreed to take it to their deathbeds. It's impressive, because usually only two people can keep a secret. Once you tell a third person, the secret's blown. But we have hundreds of people that are taking it to their grave. So bravo, guys. Well played.
All right. So if they when your podcast comes out, is it fair to say they can find it on all the standard podcast apps and places?
Yep, it's already out. We're up to episode, I think 10 is airing next.
Sure.
10 and we're about 2 weeks ahead. About 4 episodes ahead is what I'm sticking with. Hey, I got other cool news though, aside from the podcast. You guys ready for this?
Yeah.
It's you guys. So a year ago, I came on your show and announced that my autobiography was coming out. Mm-hmm. Scott Stokely, Growing Up Disc Golf, on Amazon. It's sitting at 5 stars. It's doing really well. I'm super proud of it. And I was just in Nashville at the Last Cash Studios, the Last Cash podcast studios with Will and Marcus, and I just finished recording the audiobook.
Nice.
So the audio version of my book is coming out. It's being engineered as we speak. I mean, it's in the can. I mean, I'm not in Nashville anymore.
Well,
But that's
what
So-
I'm so curious. First of all, congratulations. That's awesome. I think that's a huge step that I don't know if is. I mean, is it optional? Is it assumed that people do that? Is it? Yeah. Anyway, so I have questions about that. But let me first ask, what all goes into that?
So it's really hard, way harder than I thought. First thing that goes into it is I read the book cover to cover several times with my girlfriend sitting right in front of me, critiquing everything I did, trying to get the hang of this. It's way harder than I thought, because the thing that's a challenge is the books are not written the way we speak.
Mm-hmm.
Because in the book, after the quote comes the line, "He said sarcastically." Well, when you're reading the book, that gets a bit redundant. If you're reading the quote in a sarcastic tone, it's not necessary. Or sometimes it just, it's just, books aren't written how we speak. They can't be. Like, you have to have those words in there. And so it's challenging to read those words in a way that makes sense. I mean, I had no idea what voice actors or, professional book readers went through doing this.
Was it hard to do your own voice in puberty? Like when you were younger? Was that difficult?
No, I did a couple voices, though. I made fun of a couple of my closer friends, their accents. I did a couple like really bad impressions in the but yeah, it's hard. It's even just things like, you're reading the paragraph and then you get to the end of a sentence and you realize you read that as if that was a comma, not a period. And that's not, and you have to redo the whole thing. So we spent about 2 weeks in studio, about 15 pages a day.
And that was going to be my next question is, how many times in an average page, how many times are you starting and stopping as opposed to just reading the whole page straight through? How many takes, or how many times do you start and stop when you're reading one page of content?
Yeah, I would say probably 3 or 4 stops per page. And it's one of the biggest challenges. It's almost like, it reminded me of when you can't stop laughing, and then after a while you're not laughing at what's funny, you're laughing at the fact that you can't stop laughing. So I would start reading something, and then once I made the same mistake several times on the same page, it almost became, or the same sentence, it became almost impossible to read that sentence. And inevitably that sentence was the last sentence of a long paragraph, so I'd have to nail the whole thing. And then I would start to get anxiety towards the end, and then I would read it and I would mess it up again. Like, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like I said, I've got so much respect for people that do this. If someone asked me to read their book, their audio book, I would tell them no. It's hard. It's,
Well, that begs the next question, though. Is it harder reading your own, knowing what's coming up next, knowing that you wrote it, knowing that, this is your story, as opposed to maybe reading what seem like just other people's words? I almost think it would be tougher reading your own as opposed to reading someone else's.
No, it actually was easier reading my own, only because I was so familiar with the material.
Okay.
If I was reading a Malcolm Gladwell book that's going to be on the New York Times bestseller list, and they gave me 6 weeks to do it, 5 hours a day, and I was supposed to read 3 pages a day, I would read all 3 pages multiple times just to get the flow of the whole thing, and that way it would become more familiar, because you need to know what's in the next paragraph to enunciate the previous paragraph correctly, because you have to have you end the sentence in a way that's about to go somewhere, and then so the more familiar you are, it's definitely easier. But it was really fun, and I'm glad I did it. Audiobooks sell something like 4-to-1 or 5-to-1 over print books.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's because they're so easy, because it's like a podcast. You can just put it on in the car. You can easily listen to it for 20 minutes on a car ride, or 40 minutes. My wife has been an Audible person for 7, 8 years now, and
Yeah.
if I wanted to catch up to her, I don't think I could at this point because she has so many books in her Audible library that it's amazing, and I enjoy them as well. I went through all the Game of Thrones books on audio, and it's a really nice way to be able to do other things while you listen and learn.
Can you sound as snarky though if you're like, oh, the audiobook was way better than the movie? Can you throw that line out there? Is that still fair to use?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It is. Well,
Good.
What's fun? My biggest anxiety. I was on the fence over even doing this, and the reason why, even though it's going to sell so many more, my biggest fear was that. Well, first off, it had to be read by me. It's my autobiography. I asked about getting someone else to read it, and universally everybody says, no, you can't do that. So it has to be me. My fear is here I am sitting at 5 stars on Amazon. I'm getting all these good reviews. People enjoyed the book. What happens if the audiobook that I do such a poor job reading it, I start getting 1 and 2 stars, and my reviews start going down, not because the book wasn't good, but because I was not good at reading it. And by the way, I think it sounds pretty good, but I'll tell you with hindsight, if it was, it could be that that's exactly what happens. I don't know, but I feel pretty comfortable, but we'll see.
It is again, just from a production standpoint, the little bit I'm involved, there's so many other questions it poses that aren't really related to the content. Is somebody listening to you while you're doing it, or is it just you, your book, and recording? Is somebody listening along with you while you're going through it?
Yeah. So Will McCaskill was in there with me the whole time. He's sitting at his soundboard while I'm reading it, and if I started to drift slightly away from the microphone, for example, in the middle of a sentence, his job is to then turn up the gain. Is that right?
The gain. Yep.
Yeah. He's actually, as I'm speaking, he's adjusting things. It's something I've seen in like movies, like in record studios. You got the guy with that board who's sliding everything up and down, and now they're looking for me. He's looking for me to make mistakes, but he doesn't want to have to catch me every time and tell me, just keep stopping me and saying, "Hey, your head moved a quarter of an inch away from the thing." He can adjust that. So he is doing that. Every time I made a mistake, we stopped. He basically effectively deleted it, went back to the starting point. I started reading again where we left off. And then now he's looking at in engineering, there's going to be any like volume spikes he's going to get rid of. It needs to be more of a constant tone. Mm-hmm. He's also going to look for, like there's times when you can hear me breathing because you're so close to the mic. But if I'm not close to the mic, I'm going to pick up ambient noise. Like I said, it's tricky, but he's professional. So
awesome. Yeah, there's a lot that goes into that audio recording. I mean, even just on the podcast we do at night, I'll run it through a couple different processes. You were talking about audio spikes. That's the compression, and there's modules that do deep breath through like RX7 or whatever, and just taking out a lot of that stuff. It is an art form. It really is. I do a bare minimum processed job that I know is really static. But when you are talking about somebody, especially like yourself, that's a lot of work to go into something, to do something like that. It truly is an art form.
Well, in addition to that, I mean, it's just a lot of work because when I'm reading it, I can do a pretty good job of having a pretty similar pause between paragraphs, for example. But if I finish a paragraph and I mess up, well, then I have to go back. The recording starts, I give it a second, and then I start talking, but now there's a larger gap, which means it won't flow. So he has to go in and chop all that down and be meticulous about it. So, I mean, what is it like? Like if it sounds good, it's barely because I did a good job. It's because there's people around me that are doing their job well.
Yeah.
But it's me, but it's not. It was them.
What would you say is there anything else that you can specifically reflect on or that you felt like you learned by reading this? Of course, the material now is intimate as ever after all these various iterations of both writing, editing, and reviewing, and now rereading, and now reading it aloud. Is there anything else you change or anything you learned, or what are your takeaways there?
So the takeaways are, well, I finished the first draft of my next book already. So my autobiography is going to be in 3 parts, and because the first one goes up to where I quit disc golf in 2000-ish. The second book is going to be called Scott Stokely Losing Disc Golf, because I took my 13 years off where things went horribly bad because I was too far away from my base. And that's going to be the second book. Well, I finished the first draft of that. And what I realized what I want to do is that I'm going to, as part of the editing process this time, is I will be reading it out loud while I edit it, because I was catching things that weren't worded correctly when I actually put it to words that read right. So that is something I'll do just because I know I have to read it. I also thought about intentionally doing shorter paragraphs just because shorter, like the long paragraphs they're hard. They're hard to read out loud well, believe it or not. It sounds so silly. I mean, we've been reading out loud since we were 5, but yeah, it's different.
Hey, and so does that already foreshadow the idea that you expect both books 2 and 3 to then be audio versions as well? Is that a given?
Yeah, it's a given.
Okay.
They have to be.
Okay.
It was fun. Enjoyed it. I mean, it was hard. Fun.
Let us in on a secret, please. You had to have missed a word or ad-libbed a word or something at some point. I mean, whether it was because of okay. Why? Why would you do that? Because you just didn't like the word, or you felt like you could skip a word, or
it was
like
phrased differently when you spoke it out loud.
Yeah. What were?
There were times when I felt like context was more important than accuracy. So verbatim. I mean, out of every 100 words, 99 point something are exactly as they are in the book. But there were times where I would phrase something, even just reverse the order of a couple words because it didn't flow. But I wouldn't change the way it's written.
Okay. Wow. And truth be told, no one's probably going to be able to call you on this. You're the only one that knows that. Plus,
I'm going to be listening to it while I look through the book.
Yes, we're going to be
mark it up with my red pen.
They can send me a letter, or did I get my email or stuff again? What? I'm the complaint box, so they can complain. That also, if they complain, it meant they bought the audiobook and the print book, so that's a win.
Yeah, so you already got them, suckers.
You talked a little bit about the podcast, and someone on the board reached out. Are those available on standard podcasting apps, or is that strictly more? Okay, they are. All right. Is there something?
They are standard podcasting apps, but there's the occasional episode that is only going to translate to video.
Okay.
For example, one of the podcasts I did, I'm going to be all over the place. My favorite place in the whole world, my number one favorite, let's say non-disc golf place, but my favorite place in the world is the Green River in Utah. It is a 110-mile stretch, half of it through Canyonlands National Park. And that 110 miles of flat water only has one really main way in or out on 110 miles. So it's 55 miles of no way in or out. There's a road out. There's 55 more miles. And there is no human anything on that river, right? It's like you go, there's no signs that say camp here. You just find a sandbar or a flat piece of ground. There are you'll go days without seeing another human being, and you can do it on a canoe. And I've done this trip 4 times, and I'll do it every couple of years the rest of my life. So I wanted to share that with everybody. So I did a podcast where I spent an hour just talking about the trip. It was shot over 7 days, over 55 miles. And that is, but that's video only. Like, so I am posting it to the podcast pages, but I start off by saying, if you're listening to this on Spotify, you need to go to YouTube for this one. So there's occasionally those, but most of them are audio also.
I guess I'll borrow a question from what I just talked about for reading your book. What have you picked up? What's a lesson learned that you could share with anyone out there that's thinking about doing a podcast or something of that nature? What would be a lesson or a tip, a pro tip, something you'd love to share as you've tried, a couple different formats and ideas?
Yeah, I would love to share this. I do a lot of this. I talk about this On my special needs podcast, I talk about this. I used to do a lot of small business consulting. The biggest, single most important thing to do is to pull the trigger on an idea. Your ducks will never be in a row. The timing will never be right to start something, ever. And you're also not going to get it right off the bat. And this goes for a podcast, writing a book, opening a juice bar, going to a tournament, writing a book. Like, your first chapter that you write isn't going to be any more good than your first podcast. It's going to suck. But if you don't do the first sucky one, you'll never do the second one. So there's something called paralysis by perfection.
Looks like we ran into some paralysis.
Yeah, I think so. It's we'll wait for Scott here. It looks like his network lost us for just a second. Now it looks like he's coming back. Scott, you were talking about overthinking and
paralysis by perfection.
Yeah,
paralysis by perfection. So when I started doing the Blue Power special needs classes, what I did was I found a place to do it, posted to their Facebook page. I'm showing up on this day at this time. If you know anyone with special needs, bring them out. That's how it started. And then once I did that, oh shit, now I'm locked in. What am I going to do? Well, now I need to prepare. Now I need to figure out and do my best. But I had to pull the trigger and launch it first. The other option would have been to start a 501c3, start researching special needs instructors on how to do special needs classes, reach out to all the places, write the press releases. I'm going to have to do that. And next thing you know, like, it never would have happened, ever. Because I would have been so overwhelmed in the details. And instead, what was more effective was to show up, do the first one, and not do a good job. But the second one was better. And so my biggest advice to anybody is, don't be afraid to fail. You're gonna fail. Like, the first one is gonna suck. Your first podcast, I don't care who you are. Go back to listen to your first podcast. You'll cringe, except for you guys. Everyone but you guys. You go look at your first podcast. Cringe at, like, oh my God, I can't believe I did this wrong and I did that wrong, and now that I know, I mean, that's everybody. So don't worry about getting it right. Just do it.
I couldn't agree more. And just a generic statement is, everybody's Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, social media account, everybody starts with 0 followers, starts with 0 subscribers. It's got to start somewhere. And you build from there. No matter how many you have now, you started at 0. So did Charlie D'Amelio with 100 million TikTok followers. She started at 0. We all started at 0.
One of the things that they say about podcasts is, if you're really that concerned about it, record 5 of them. 5 different podcasts before you release one, because you guarantee that first one is going to be crap, and still release them all, but then at least you can see your progression by episode 5. Just do it. Make it happen.
I used to do a lot of consulting with online marketing, and I used to consult a lot of bloggers. It's almost outdated now because of social media, but a few years ago, blogging is what was effectively the same effect as social media. It's how you build your audience and follow. And the advice that I would give them is, because when they came to me, they would have the domain name bought. Sometimes they'd have the logo picked out. They'd have the template all set up, but they wouldn't have their first post. And I would tell them, I'd get them in front of their computer and I'd say, here's what to write for your first post. I just started a blog. I don't know what my first post should be. So here it is. Bam. And the reason to do that was because as soon as you do that, your second one's going to be easier. It just is. It's mental, but it is. Like, now that you've gotten over that hump, cool. Now I can put it out there. And guess what? That first one, there was nothing there. Like, the second one's going to be better than that.
Yeah, and now more than ever, there's an avenue. There's a way to go about it. And it's funny you mentioned blogging. Almost 11 years ago to the day is when I read a book about social media. As funny as that sounds, I read a book about social media, and blogging was still popular. And I said to myself, I don't write. I don't enjoy writing. I don't consider myself a good writer. I can do it if I have to, but I don't care for it. And it just doesn't interest me. I am so much more comfortable. I'll just point a camera at me and talk for a few minutes and see how that goes. And that is literally what started the Disc Golf Guy video blog 001 almost 11 years ago to the day. It's coming up pretty close in a few days. So that was exactly why, though. I didn't want to write. And so whether you write or whether it's art and you want to take it to Instagram or you just feel more comfortable doing something on a TikTok or wherever, like there's an avenue for everybody no matter what the medium is. And it's more accessible than ever before. I love it.
For sure, yeah. I couldn't agree more. It's hard. I mean, there's something about it's anxiety and it's fear and there's something that blocks people from doing and not talking about it. And that gap is like, I don't know. I mean, I got friends that I wish I could, I mean, not wish, I almost want to strangle because I'm like, you're so brilliant. Why don't you do this? You know, I have this great screenplay idea and they'll tell me this great idea. I'm like, oh my God, I've never seen that before. While at the same time, I'm thinking, you're never going to do it because you're just going to talk about it with me. And it's just like, it breaks my heart. You know, actually, people have gifts. I mean, people have talents and things to share. I mean, almost everybody has something to share, and something gets in the way of it.
Well, there's something to be said about people that, in general, there's something with spitting out an idea. There is a power to not talking about your idea because then it sits inside you and it eats at you. If you tell somebody that you have such a great idea, it's almost like a release, and then you don't have to do it. You're like, oh well, I got it out.
I've accomplished it.
I've accomplished it because I've given my idea. I've put it out in the world. Keep that. Like, and I'm not saying be selfish. I'm saying do it. Do it before you talk about it. Don't talk about things until they're finished. But there is something to be had about. There is a release that someone gets, an endorphin release when you spit out your idea, and that's not always a good thing.
I'll be the first to admit this guy right here is largely responsible for most of my failures because I tell him all my good ideas, and then rarely do I act on them. And so I pretty much blame Johnny here because that happens all the time, and I'm the guiltiest of the guilty when it comes to really good ideas that I feel like are solid, and then you share them with enough people, and then there's that notion of like, well, I kind of accomplished that when really you never did anything except for talk about it.
Like the idea is the accomplishment when it's really not.
Yeah. All right, Scott, go ahead.
Can I throw out one more piece of the puzzle to this?
Please.
The other thing I think is really important is that you have to self-assess and be willing to bring in people that are better than you at the things you're not good at. And don't be afraid to do that. I started thinking about this because I read this great thing about the 3 qualities that make up an entrepreneur. And the first one it doesn't relate to the other 2, but it's basically this unfailing belief in yourself, and every failure just makes you try harder and all this stuff, right? So that's a pretty internal thing. But the other one that was interesting, the other 2, I should say, one of them was that to be a successful entrepreneur, you need to be this creative, free thinker, outside the box. And it just described this traditional right brain personality. It described the person that's sitting at Starbucks writing a screenplay. And then it said the third quality was talking about how you have to be responsible and organized and a go-getter. And it perfectly described the agent in Hollywood. But that's this left brain person. And as I was reading this, I was thinking the vast majority of people aren't both of those things. Like the vast majority of agents in Hollywood can't write a screenplay. If they could write a screenplay, they would. And the vast majority of screenplay writers write a screenplay at Starbucks, probably many of them very good. They never go to Hollywood and start pounding on producers' doors. So these are 2 different personalities. If they exist in the same person, hats off to you. You're probably already successful. But either one of those people, if you can recognize you need the other, then you can assess that. Look, I'm a great writer, but I'm not an agent. I don't want to be cold calling producers all day. Then you have to recognize that and find someone to take on that role. So that's the other thing I think you have to do. But that's more bigger picture. But
yeah, I enlist the help of people that know more, team up with them, provide them value, they can provide you value. All of those types of things I think make perfect sense. I think
Steve Jobs didn't do shit. Steve Jobs never built a thing in his life.
Yeah, just get smarter people around you, right?
He was a marketer. He was a thinker. He was not a builder.
Right, exactly. And I don't think he never considered himself a programmer. I never saw the movie, but I mean, I'm old enough to remember when he was a thing. And yeah. So all right. Well, that's
Yeah.
cool, man. Okay, I didn't mean to cut you off earlier, but
No, all good, all good. No, we've watched you, obviously as the superstar and the player, like you said, in the whole first part of your book, and now as you've returned into the scene in the last decade, reinventing yourself, finding more ways, I don't want to say just to be relevant, but to be truly helpful and instrumental to so many people, whether it's, what you've done with Blue Power or how you're helping people one-on-one in doing lessons and lessons, and then sharing so much of the knowledge that you've also accumulated. It's like you're constantly,
and the history and the stories.
Yeah, finding ways to provide all this value to our sport. What's is there, I don't want to say is there an end goal, but what's next? How many steps ahead are you thinking? Maybe is the best question then.
So the second we go off the air, I'll tell you guys what I'm working on now.
Okay.
Up close to your chest.
Okay.
But some really big exciting things are happening. Not just for me. It's not like I've got a new sponsor. Like there's something in the works that's really cool. My end goal. One of my end goals is I want a Broadway musical based on my book.
Okay.
That's a true story. No, my end goal is I want to live on the road for the rest of my life, and I'm no longer poor. I mean, my lessons are doing really well. I got a Patreon. I've got my YouTube content, but I'm making this. I'm so comfortable right now. It's just amazing, and it didn't happen overnight. I had to work really hard the last number of years to get to this position, but I'm doing well. My goal is to never land and just be on the road as long as I have. And with the teaching part, I don't have to be competitive to be able to make a living and travel. So, I mean, I know age is undefeated, right? No one's ever beat age, but as of right now, I'm the healthiest I've ever been in my life, and I have no intention on stopping anytime ever. So that's my.
Yeah, I was going to, and to follow that, speaking of traveling and enjoying all these different areas and facets of life, is international travel, is that something that you seek out? Is that something that personally interests you? I know everyone kind of has a different feel, like they don't care if they ever leave the U.S. again, and some people say, hey, I need to leave and be gone as much as I can. Where do you stand on that?
I had pretty solid plans to be spending this winter in New Zealand.
Okay.
And something came up, I'm not sure. What it was, but something got in the way.
Oh, that bird election. There was an election where they're trying to vote on the most popular bird, and then I think somehow that got corrupted. That was an actual thing over in New Zealand. So,
yeah, yeah. No, are you kidding me? That's my biggest plan. I got a written list. So the video lessons I can do from anywhere in the world with Wi-Fi. So. Yep. As long as I'm in big cities, well, a lot of countries, have better Wi-Fi than the U.S., but most countries have decent Wi-Fi in the big cities. But yeah, I'm going to take a train from Santiago, Chile, down to Patagonia. I'm going to ride a horse across Mongolia. I'm going to South Africa to meet Yolandi Visser from D'Antwoord. That's on my list. I'm going to do the Overland Trek in Tasmania, and I have an agenda. I have a list of things I need to do while I can still do them. I'm still healthy enough to do almost all these things, but I won't be forever. So some of the treks, some of the adventure traveling, the backcountry backpacking stuff. I mean, there's a point where I'm going to age out. So I'm trying to get to those as soon as we can travel again.
All right. So I'll shift right on to the next one, which is, speaking of your age, your competitiveness, the health that you have, that you've been blessed with and work on, what are your competitive goals? I know we had a chat recently about where the most exposure is, where your name will shine the brightest. Where are you feeling right now And who do you want to compete
Yeah.
against?
Yeah, so this is the strange thing because I'm not able to practice much. I've been so busy with these projects. I have other projects I'm working on too. I mean, my hands are in a lot of pots. I somehow this year raised my rating from 989 up to 1,010, and so I'm sitting at 1,010 rated at 51 years old, which I think is pretty respectable. And what's funny is the reason why is because I've perfected the mechanics of the game. It's what I teach. It's through teaching. All I'm doing, not trying to like do a backhanded plug here, but all I'm doing is applying the mechanics that I teach everybody else. When I teach someone, when you do this, you cannot miss right or left. You can't physically miss right or left if you do this thing. Well, then now when I do this thing, I don't miss right or left because it's accurate. You know, I'll be honest. When I look back at my form for throwing far was fantastic back in the 90s, but the rest of my mechanics, when I look at it now, it's cringy. I don't like it. I'm doing things now that if I saw someone do, I would completely coach them against. And it's the reason why I was not the best finesse player and why I wasn't the best putter. Like my mechanics weren't great. I was skilled and I trained hard and like I did okay, but my mechanics are better now. I'm a better golfer on a 400-foot hole now than I was in the 90s.
Well, and just for $79.99, you too can be a better golfer than you were in the 90s if you sign up for Scott Stokely's lessons, right?
I charge quite a bit more than that.
Okay, for $279.99 plus a tip.
Screw that. I'm waiting for the 3-set DVD.
I'm waiting. I want the VHS along with the spiral bound notebook, which I still have on my bookshelf because I bought those.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Okay, so my book, people are like, where can I get a copy of my book? I was asked this recently today during one of my video lessons, and my answer is you don't want to read my book. At the time, there was nothing else before it. I'm extremely proud of it. There's a lot of good stuff there, certainly better than nothing. There was no YouTube or anything. But when I went back and read it recently, I got about 15% of it dead wrong. And if you don't know what 15% is wrong and you apply that entire book, you'll be doing things wrong. So my plan is to re-release the book next year. But I need to go in and just strip it down because there's some things I'm just like, we didn't know. I mean, we were studying players with VCRs and trying to, you know, you try to pause a VCR, you get nothing but static. So our knowledge of throwing wasn't what it is today. And so, you know, I got a lot of it right, but not all of it. But the other thing is that my method of teaching, like I'm starting just to call it a method now because nobody teaches the way I teach. Like, I don't do a lesson where I watch you throw and say, okay, turn your hips, drop your shoulder. That's not what I do. I have a method where it's a step-by-step approach to get you throwing a certain way. And it works. It works great. And that's not the way the book is written. The book is written the way I taught 20 years ago. I'm just better now. So I'll re-release the book, but it's going to look a lot different. So I might actually even re-release it not even re-release it. I might actually just release it as a new book. I haven't decided yet.
Well,
I like writing.
To be fair, if I could go back and I only had to correct 15% of what I got wrong 20 years ago, I think I'd take that bet.
Well, maybe 25.
Okay.
A lot of what I got wrong is just the knowledge of how to teach. It's really funny because even though I wrote the book and I went to 400 and I've now done 400 and I believe 82 clinics where I stand up and talk to people. And I almost feel like I didn't know how to teach until I started working one-on-one with people because I've done 1,200 private lessons in the last 3 years.
Wow.
And the thing about one-on-one is it's not theory. It's do this way. Oh, it didn't work. Now I need to figure out how to make it work. Let's try it this way. Oh, that worked. And then the one-on-one, the back and forth with the constant feedback, all of a sudden I'm like, hey, every time the person's doing this, when I tell them to do it this way, it works. Now I know how to teach. I never got that from doing a clinic. Like, it's just, again, it's not like I did a bad job, but it's just not the same. This is one of the points of confusion when I make my tutorial videos is that people will, I mean, most of the comments are very, very positive, but some people comment and say, hey, that thing you're doing, that's not what Paul does. And I'm like, you're right. It isn't what Paul does. If you could watch what Paul does and do it, then I would be sitting in a cubicle and everybody was 1,000 rated, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the way I teach as far as how to do something isn't necessarily what you're seeing, but it's a method of getting there. It's a methodology. Do this way, your end result will take you where you want it to go. But I'm not teaching you to do it exactly as you're looking at a top pro do sometimes, but that's on purpose. It's not because I think I'm not teaching something different. I'm teaching actually how to do it. But I wouldn't have gotten any of that from the clinics. When I did the clinics, and the book was more about explaining a little bit more like what the end, it's a step-by-step, but step-by-step what the end result is. And that's not the way I teach now. I've learned from one-on-one. So I almost feel like I didn't know how to teach 6 months ago. Like I'm learning so much every day. It's cool. I mean, it's really fun.
How often do you chuckle, or are you amused when you work with someone one-on-one and you find a hitch or maybe a mannerism or a habit that they have clearly picked up from a professional, whether it's a flip of their putter like a Sexton or a wiggle, like a Paul McBeth. Do you ever chuckle or notice any of those things when you're working with a player? Like, yeah.
I see the full gamut. So I've worked with 1,000 rated players. I've worked with brand new players and everything in between. You know, there's nothing wrong with looking at a top pro and emulating them. I mean, it would be crazy not to do that.
I would argue there's a few exceptions and a few specifics.
No, there are some exceptions for sure. There are things that you definitely shouldn't do. The big question I ask people when that comes up is, does the pro gain anything? Is there a net gain to them doing that? I'll give you just a real quick example, and I'll even pull the camera back since we're on video, right? So this is one of the questions that comes up, which is like during the reach back. All right, you want to get back here, you're reaching, and your arm is pointing in the line, the direction you're throwing, right? That's how you want to get to that point right there. I teach to reach straight back across your body to get to that place. There are many players that don't do that. They swing around here, they come up down below here. They don't reach straight back. And so the people say, well, so-and-so doesn't reach straight back. Well, do they gain anything by doing that? To me, the simplest thing to do, if I'm trying to get to this position right here, is simply reach straight back. If you swing out here, you may get very good at it and always perfectly stop here, but that doesn't mean you gain something by it. This doesn't make that pro better. So then I just apply the logic, which is, why? Like, what is the reason they do that? They've overcome this thing that doesn't actually provide any benefit. Mm-hmm. And so most people buy into that and they go, that makes sense.
Okay. And a very specific one, and the world knows I love her to death. I'm one of her biggest fans, but Paige Pierce's putter flip above her head is not something you would put in a textbook.
Yeah, it's extra.
It clearly, she's a 5-time world champ. I don't need any hate mail saying T-Dog is second guessing Paige's accomplishments or skill sets. But if you're teaching someone, you would never be like, oh, hey, yeah, right before you putt too, just take your putter, bring it up over your head and give it a flip and then throw it forward. It's something she does that is part of her routine, but not necessarily a textbook thing that you would want to tell someone else to go out and copy or emulate. That's one thing that comes to mind.
Here's the logic behind that in what I teach. Is that so much about technique is about succeeding is about timing, right? Timing is everything. In order to have correct timing, you need to correctly replicate every single thing on the throw every single time. The more things you have to replicate, the more things you can get wrong, which means you should have 0 things that are not necessary to the throw. Anything not necessary to the throw, you want to get rid of. If a player adds something not necessary to the throw, the best case scenario is with enough repetition, it doesn't harm them. Best case scenario, it's a net gain of 0, but there is no advantage to doing it. If there's no advantage to doing it, let's toss it out. And every sport that's been around for forever will teach the same thing. In ball golf, they don't teach you to do anything not necessary to the swing or the putt. And it's right. It doesn't mean that there isn't going to be exceptions out there that do things, but they succeed in spite of that.
Correct. Yes. I totally agree with all of that. And for your lessons, let's give a final plug. Everyone knows about your podcast and also what's going on for Christmas.
For the podcast, you can just look up Scott Stokely on any podcast app. I did it myself just now, just to double check.
Johnny Google here. So it's easy. Even Johnny can find it, folks. It's that easy. Now, if they wanted to reach out, if they wanted to secure some time or solicit your services for private lessons, what's the easiest way to get in touch with you?
Yeah, you can email me at discgolflesson, and lesson is singular, discgolflesson@gmail.com. Definitely reach out. I'll be honest right now, I have like 350 people on a wait list.
Dang.
Like it's the word is out. I'm not even advertising it. I'm not even like posting it in my videos right now that I do the video private lessons, because now when someone posts to the Minneapolis Disc Golf Club page that does anybody local do lessons, 2 or 3 people are popping in saying they did a lesson with me by video, which is this is not a problem. I am not complaining in 2020 about having too much work. But you can message me. It'll be a while before I get back to you. Everybody gets on the list. I mean, you'll hear from me. But I'm trying to scale that. I have a method of scaling it. One thing everybody's telling me, this is kind of a funny story, but the general consensus is that I'm not charging enough money.
I was going to say, sounds like a supply and demand issue.
It does sound like a supply, but I start my pricing at 160 per lesson.
Okay.
So I'm charging, that is legit real money, right? That is not tiddlywinks, especially to someone that's working, near minimum wage. That's a couple days work. And one of the things that for the past 43 years, I've had people ask me, they've said, how can we be more like ball golf? And my response has always been, you guys have asked me this. My response has always been, I don't want to be ball golf. I don't want to be exclusive. I don't want to be elitist. And I don't want to raise my prices, even though I have this demand up there, because I don't want to price people out. I just can't do that. I need to be accessible to everybody. 160 is real money. That's not, like I said, that's not nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm kind of locked into keeping it at that price, emotionally committed to keeping it around there. And so I came up with a different idea to scale it, which I'll be announcing soon. But I'm going to be doing, my plan is to do weekend 2 and 3 day seminars that are going to be more expensive, that will cater to some of that. I'm not opposed to making money. So people that do want to spend some money and get with me for 3 days, then we're going to spend 3 days and we're going to blow your mind, and you're going to come away knowing how to play disc golf really, really well. And then I can keep my prices at a manageable amount. It's just one of those things. I just don't want to be a hypocrite. I don't want to sit here and go, hey, disc golf is blowing up. Now let's screw over the blue collar crowd that I try to represent. You know what I mean?
No, you have a lot of irons in the fire, and your time is very valuable. But I appreciate and love the fact that you want to try and help as many individuals as you possibly can, all at the same time. And it's a delicate balance. And I know you want to be competitive and play in events, and you got a lot of things on that list that you're trying to accomplish. So then you want to take vacations and go floating down rivers for days at a time.
Yeah, I'll do a bunch of events next year. I have a plan. I'll just I'm going to throw it out here. I'm just going to I'm trying to think of how much you want to keep close to your chest. I want to go out next year, and I want to fill my bag full of nothing but discs from the small companies only. And then I want to go out and I want to go beat all the big name players in my division with discs that aren't represented, because everybody's making good discs. These small manufacturers are making great discs, so they're getting made sometimes by the companies. but they got good discs out there, and I thought that'd be really fun to to go after the big guys with them. I actually jokingly was calling it whale hunting. Like, let's go hunt us some whales, right? Those whales and no, like it's a terrible analogy. All these, by the way, this is not a knock on the big companies. I love Discraft with all my heart, and Innova, and I love their success. It's not a knock on them. It's kind of like you guys have made it already. I want to go help the little guys make it, and let's go show what you guys can do. So that's actually what my agenda is next year: is go to a bunch of tournaments and then just win a bunch of tournaments with discs that you guys haven't heard of. That's my goal.
Well, I think if anyone can do it, it's you. So, all right, Scott. Well, as always, jam-packed with a ton of great information. It's been great catching up. You clearly are a very, very busy individual, but thanks for giving us all the insights and the nitty-gritty details of what's going on. And we're looking forward to anyone that wants to check in, of course, on Christmas Day. I think you said between noon and 3 Eastern, so check your local listings.
I sent a link to the Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
But yeah, just please just show up and say hi. Don't be alone on Christmas. This is not should never be alone, but especially not. I'm a huge Christmas fan, so I know it's kind of silly, but I love Christmas, and nobody should be alone. You guys, I asked you guys, will you guys appear on other people's podcasts at all?
Always, whenever.
I got to check my rates, but yeah. I'm available.
Just today dropped the Ultra World podcast where we talked about Terry and I were on Ultra World to talk about the future of disc golf live broadcasting.
Okay, perfect. So I want you guys on my podcast, one of the next guests, if you guys are available.
Mm-hmm. Love to.
I want to talk about, you guys, I say this every time, but you've been as supportive of me and what I've been doing since I've come back as much or more than anybody in the sport, and it means the world to me, and it's done so much for my career. So, just thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Of course. We are happy to do so. You're always welcome here to share what's going on, and just keep doing all the amazing stuff that you're doing. It's tough for us or anyone else to keep track of it all, so it's great to have you come check in with us, give us some updates whenever you got them, and we look forward to seeing you more out with a mixed bag this summer. I'm sure I'll run into you somewhere on the course. Yeah.
Yeah, that is. I'm thinking of Strider saying he's like, "Let's go hunt us some orc." That's kind of like what I keep hearing. But again, they're not orcs. I'm not. I'm going to figure out a catchphrase and stamp some discs.
Just don't use Brody. He's on the board. Don't keep slinging those discs. I think he's got that trademarked. All right, pal. Yeah. We appreciate it. We love you. Be safe and have a great Christmas with you and everyone else from our disc golf frisbee family. And we look forward to catching up again soon.
Thanks,
all right,
guys.
Take care.
Appreciate it. Bye.
Good night. And again, of course, the one and only Scott Stokely.
One and only is right. Like, we say that about a lot of people, but truly, Scott Stokely is a unique character in our sport, and we would be less colorful without him.
No shortage of work ethic, entertainment, great ideas, not so great ideas. He's got it all, no matter what, all these years. And as he says, I think one of the biggest takeaways from that, get started, whatever it is. I don't care. And it doesn't just have to be a social media, platform or concept that I'm referencing, whether it's, remodeling that back porch or going and making that painting or whatever it is.
Or remodeling that bathroom, Terry. I know that's been on your list.
That will... If I had the skill sets, then I would be jumping into it. But
you just do it. Take that first step, Terry.
Just start ripping stuff off the wall.
I guarantee you start ripping things out. You will learn how to put things back in, whether right or wrong.
That's true.
It'll happen.
One way or another. Well, I think what we're going to do is we're going to close out the regular show here in just a few moments. Of course, what that means for you
giveaways
is not only a break. No, I thought they were excited about a break from us, but you'll get a few moments of a break where we'll recognize so many of our gracious Patreon producers and supporters. So we'll do that. But then also in the after show, when we come back and we talk about anything and everything else that we haven't already covered tonight, we'll read off the board and we will have our famed weekly giveaway. There's no one else that gives away stuff like us.
I think we give away the most amount of stuff for better or worse.
I don't know.
And just so everyone knows, today I got an alert from Dynamic Discs, who is printing up more of our studio minis as we speak, and they'll be shipping here for there was a handful of people that were waiting, and I was waiting on one or two, and I think we got them all taken care of. So I'm excited to be able to add people to our mini studio audience.
Yeah, and just to be clear, it is not at all creepy to be here and every week have all of the faces from the minis staring at us while we are doing our weekly podcast. As again, we're looking at a whole wall of them. We very much do appreciate all of you guys out there. So we're going to close this down for the regular show. Do not go anywhere. Don't click on anything. If you want, maybe you could pause it so you can go get some fresh popcorn, whatever you need to do. But we'll be right here on the same link, on the same channel, giving you all this action for the after show. So we're going to close it out. We do have to thank Dion Arlyn, who, unbeknownst to all of us, became one of our featured guests tonight. Thank you so much in an unplanned situation, but some great insight from him. And we look forward to catching up with him more in the future as he tunes in every single week. We appreciate and love you so much, Dion. And then same could be said of Scott Stokely. Great insights, and clearly, again, a busy man that's got a lot of irons in the fire in disc golf. And yet they all benefit us in the world of disc golf. And there's something special to be said about the just the thoughtfulness and the constant giving that he is giving back to our sport day in and day out. So we appreciate it, Scott. For Johnny V and Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, this has been podcast 329, an unofficial Christmas podcast. We love you guys, and we'll see you in a few minutes when you join us for the after show. We'll see you then. You step inside the Smashbox.
Thank you to our $2 and above patrons. Your name is listed below in the credits. If you are interested in being listed as a producer in the SmashBoxxTV credits and supporting this and other fine podcasts, please visit patreon.com/SmashBoxxTV.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Smashbox TV's podcast 329 After Snow.
Oh, you went with the snow?
So clever.
That was last week.
Has that been
wasn't
used before?
Yeah, we did that like 2 weeks ago.
I thought I just came up with that. Well, welcome, everyone. Here we are in the after show after some very lengthy chats with Dion Arlyn and Scott Stokely. A couple quick things on that. Certainly, please make sure that you go find Scott on all his socials. He's been clearly super busy doing a lot of different things, and including the lessons. Maybe there, hold your spot in line in case your name does come up for when he could give you a lesson, if that's something you're interested in, but also the podcast and everything else that he's got going on. So very cool to see.
350 people on the wait list, huh? That's
dang.
That's solid.
Either that or he's really lazy and not doing enough work.
one
I mean, if that wait
list,
if I was going to say if that wait list goes back a few months, then maybe it's not as impressive. But clearly a busy guy, and a couple people on the board giving their very unofficial yet maybe somewhat official reviews, also saying money well spent, and that it was they were great to do it. It was very good for them in doing it. Also, something we didn't touch on during the regular show, and I'll be the first to admit, as usual, I don't remember the exact details, but in some capacity, the dark horse himself, Brody Smith, orchestrated, along with some others, a very, very significant fundraiser here in the last week that went
St.
down.
Jude?
Yeah, and it was to benefit St. Jude. And off the top of my head, I want to say it was $27,000.
Oh, did he get that high? I saw
dollars.
He was working on hitting 20,000, and then he did that. And the last time I saw was at 22. So
25 or I thought he crested 25, and then it came up to 27.
It would not surprise me. I did not keep up all the way, but
well, regardless, I don't care if it's 18.5 or 21 or 26 or 28.
If it's $2,000,
exactly,
you're raising money for a great cause.
Yeah, and so the board is trying to clarify, and I know a little earlier Brody was out there, so if Brody, if you are still out there, please feel free to share the number, because I don't know where to go. I could go probably find it if I dug around on Facebook, but it doesn't matter in the sense that it was a very, very significant and sizable contribution that he helped all put together. So, and I know there was ultimately it was a raffle to benefit St. Jude, and I'm now trying to scroll and see if I can find it, and I can't. So it was very, very significant, and then some. So thank you, not just to Brody for curating it, moderating it, and organizing it, and any help that he had, but then also obviously to every single person that jumped in on it to help make it what it was. So very, very cool to see. I'll be the first to admit I don't know all the details. I don't want to say I don't care what the details are. I just know the end result was a lot of money raised, and so that is awesome to see. All right, so as usual in the after show, also very attentive to the YouTube and sometimes the Facebook chat boards. So if you have something that you'd like to ask us or share with us, we will hopefully be able to read it off the chat board and address it. SSJ Char says, I think you guys may need to try Discord video calling. I don't know if it's full duplex, but this Skype half duplex audio is killing me.
You're 100% right. There were no offense to Terry because he's very good, but there was 5 times I wanted to slap him to shut him up because just from laughs, little chuckles, yeah. It cuts out the sound sometimes on Skype, and it doesn't always happen, but you're right. There are methods we have. We've got vMix Call, which we use for the booth when we do live broadcasts that work out. Discord, the issue that we have with Discord is then somebody has to sign up for Discord and things like that, and it's not as easy as Skype. I would love it if everyone used our vMix Call system. And it works 85% of the time. There are times, I mean, it's a web-based, it's WebRTC. It works out pretty well, but sometimes people log into a web browser and it's like, oh, it doesn't find my mic, or oh, it doesn't, I can't see my
or I don't
camera.
have permissions, or oh, I have to use Chrome because it works best.
Yeah, there are little things that no matter what system you use, it doesn't work out. Now there is a system which is way more complex called an Opal that I've looked into. It's like $1,000. And it basically is a full duplex dual audio. They would go to a website, and then we could still do Skype. We would just use the audio from the Opal, and that is dual audio. There is never a great method. Skype is just the simplest and that's why we do it.
Yeah, and we're not even opposed at this point, because we have such amazing Patreon supporters and such. No, we're not opposed to upgrading our system to something that you have to pay for that might cost a few more dollars. So it's not that just because Skype was free, although it was the main solution, say 6 years ago, it was one of the most common solutions you could find when we started our podcast. Really, the matter is, no matter what you do, as Johnny's just saying, it's never going to be universal for everyone, because you'd be surprised how many people say to us, well, can I FaceTime in? Can I for a while you could Instagram, do live videos back and forth with people on Instagram or Facebook, and you can invite people to a Facebook feed. And I know Disc Golf News and Brews were exclusively using a Facebook mechanism that way to do all of their chatting. So there's just never a good 100% consistent way for us to be able to pull that off. And like you said, the default has been Skype. And then think of the rise and I don't want to say the rise and fall of Zoom, but think how everyone now knows at least what Zoom is, but it clearly is still not. It's not the default. My daughter was just telling me the other day, she was giving me a dissertation on Zoom versus Google Hangouts for her classes.
It's not Google Hangouts, it's Google Meet now.
Oh, Google Meet. But she was telling me how one teacher uses this, one teacher uses that. She likes this for this reason. She likes this for that reason.
The teachers are using different ones.
Yeah, which surprised me as well.
That is, now here's one thing that I think, and we're going to get into virtual learning a little bit here. Google Classroom is the default for both of them. 2 different schools my kids are at for everything. They do that for every teacher. Now,
those are the trash schools your kids go to. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that consistency. She does have external meetings. She works with some people at UW Milwaukee, and they use Zoom. Her music teacher uses Doxy, whatever that does. But for schooling itself, Google is.
And my kids have Google Chromebooks and Google accounts with very much a Google-based platform or back end. I get all of that.
That's
I totally get all of that, as Google's listening to me on my phone right now and waking up. I understand all of that, but surprisingly enough, she was just telling me 2 days ago how some days it's Zoom and some days it's Google, and it's particular to the teacher. So clearly there is no consensus that's out there. The consensus was, I was close to pretty much right. Brody chimes in and says $27,445, an absolute incredible amount of generosity from the Dark Horse family. So again, everything I just said in terms of congrats, and thank you to anyone and everyone that had any participation in that, including, of course, Brody for organizing everything.
David Garb asks an interesting question.
Okay.
Do you think you will ever sell SmashBoxxTV to the Pro Tour? Will you split the podcast brand from the live streaming company?
Oh, somebody's got to be writing some checks.
That's really interesting. We've talked about this, not so much on the air, more off the air, that we fully believe in what the Pro Tour is doing. It's phenomenal. We love live broadcasting. We think it's the future. We thought it was the future when we weren't sure it was the future. But it kind of almost feels like Smashbox, that we still work with the Pro Tour. Smashbox doesn't necessarily work for the Pro Tour anymore. It's kind of how I feel like it. We there's not a lot of Smashbox branding on the Pro Tour stuff. You might find a little logo here and there, and that's great, or a commercial if we're lucky. But ultimately, the Pro Tour is hiring us as a talent at this point. They're no longer really contracting Smashbox because it's not our studio, it's not really our equipment, it's more so our skills and our talents at this point. So I don't necessarily think that we would ever sell Smashbox to the Pro Tour, and anything can change. I mean, this is just where I'm thinking right now. I think that there is a chance in the future we work full time for the Pro Tour. Let's disc golf takes off, and everyone's rolling in money bins and cash and rolling with Beamers and Teslas or something like that. I don't know how that works.
Bugattis.
I'm
gonna upgrade.
Are you? I'm gonna go with the
for
Rolls.
My Element.
I'm gonna go with my Rolls Royce. There's a chance someday we work for the Pro Tour full time. But as far as Smashbox, I always really like to think that Smashbox as a podcast, this particular podcast that we do every Tuesday night, I kind of feel like I don't want it to ever change. Maybe a new co-host I get someday,
Yeah.
but because I really, really, truly enjoy this, and I like having our freedoms. I like being able to bring in the guests we want to bring in. There's no sort of prep work we need to do. There's no obligations for us other than to show up here, have fun on Tuesday night, talk with people we want to talk to, and chat with the board.
Yeah, and I view it a little differently in that I feel.
I guess we're done then, Miller.
Yes, thank gosh. Just in the sense that ultimately, SmashBoxx TV is still the official back-end live streaming, a component of the back-end live streaming of the Disc Golf Network, and moving forward, Disc Golf Network will be ultimately cutting a check to SmashBoxx TV in the sense that, and we're bringing different skill sets and or equipment to the table than we were maybe a year or two ago. However, we as an entity, obviously wear multiple hats in that we are doing the back end, a large part of the back end for the Pro Tour or the Disc Golf Network, but then we also have this other leg of us that is the Tuesday night podcast.
Like you said, I want to be clear. Like the Pro Tour is still at the end of the day going to write a check to SmashBoxx TV, where then you and I will do what we're going to do with it. And that's great. And it's more of a feeling to me because we're not in the SmashBoxx studio. We're not using the SmashBoxx equipment anymore. Like with its brand new studio that actually Mo and I have been working on, and bringing in Jamie Thomas to kind of start to design it feels less and less SmashBoxx and more John and Terry, even though it is still SmashBoxx behind the scenes.
Yeah. So if you're asking if we are sellouts.
Not yet. I'd love to sell out once I see that right dollar sign. And it's literally $1 sign.
And anything is possible. All right. So David says, awesome answers, excited for the future. And that is the big sentiment and feeling here, of course, by us as well, is some of this stuff might even be almost nitpicky as to how we decipher one thing versus another. But, of course, we are elated to be in the position we're in. We are excited to move into this, as of right now, this 3-year agreement that we have just announced, or that's been announced in the last few weeks, and everywhere the Disc Golf Network is going, and the Disc Golf Pro Tour, and everything that we have been involved with in the past and plan to be in the future. So it is all very exciting.
I did forget to put it in our rider to pay me an untraceable Bitcoin.
Okay.
I'm
What is it at today?
I have no idea.
Oh,
I haven't looked in like a week or two.
Okay.
Well, let's.
I figured we get some excitable squeals out of you because
23,507.
Yeah, because I remember didn't we have a very long conversation on the show one night when it had hit 10?
Maybe.
I feel like we had a long conversation with regard to you owning some and so on and so forth. And the fact that it hit,
I still own 0.2 Bitcoin.
Had hit 10, and then I that's what I was thinking about when I saw last week that it hit 20 and now up to 23. So yeah, pretty cool.
Please don't rob me for my 0.2 Bitcoin.
All right, so a few more questions that continue to come in are. New studio has a sleeping cubby for Mo. We'll see what the accommodations are in there.
That's a little too nice.
We'll get those things figured out. Is there a phone that only connects directly to Bend, Oregon? Is there a phone? No. Again, there's so many details that need to still be finalized and ironed out. But what we're going to see is Nate and Val and Jamie, all in varying weekends and capacities, will be involved in doing commentary. I think I'm going to be involved in doing some commentary more frequently. The details for all of those, I'll just say I don't think have been nailed down to any fine degree whatsoever. But there's a lot of different things that are in the works, and we're exploring a ton of different possibilities and options.
Yeah, I know every day I get a little bit of information from somebody on the team that has said, "Oh, cool, I'm locked in now for this," and so I'm excited. And when more of that becomes fully locked down or more pieces get put in place, we can start to talk about the bigger picture.
Yes. So I guess when you ask, are the commentators going to be in Bend next season? No. As of right now, the commentary team or teams or people or mixtures of teams or people will be in Milwaukee. And so, like I just said, that might mean Nate and Val or others that are coming to do commentary duties would all come to the actual studio and go from there. So that also, in kind of a side note, that also means Nate and Val will get their second bedroom back, which they have basically forfeited, I think is the right word, forfeited for the sake of the Pro Tour for the last couple of years. Yeah. So, all right. Not just saying this, but your commentary is my favorite, Terry. Well, that's why I like you the most, Daddy Disc Golf. So I do appreciate that. Speaking of which, is not my commentary, but Matt Parker. Had a good friend.
Matt
the Stat Parker joined me, and he did his first ever play-by-play disc golf commentary on the Cold Turkey.
Was he on the card?
He was not. He wasn't even at the event this year.
Why didn't I get a call?
Because I like Matt better. Because I thought I wanted to give Matt a chance.
No, I think Matt.
He's very familiar with the course.
Yes,
he's played there a number of years. He is familiar with it. And he is... well, his nickname is Stat, Matt the Stat, as in statistician, but
he has very good memory for NBA statistics
and a lot of statistics in general. But yes, specifically the NBA, he could tell you probably an NBA playoff finals score from 1992 between the Bulls and whoever they played, and he'd probably tell you the Game 7 score. And I just thought it would be kind of fun to see how he did on commentary. I figured we had nothing to lose. It'd be a good chance to have him on. And it's funny, you maybe wouldn't be too surprised by this, but he was really nervous. I'm like, we're just going to talk about 18 holes of golf that you've played before, Matt. You've played this course. You kind of know the players. We're just going to watch some golf. And he did very well.
I'll have to listen. I didn't realize he did the commentator.
Yes, he said he was nervous, but then when he was done, he said, he goes, I think I would have maybe struggled more if it was someone I didn't know, but he's like, you made it really easy just to talk with about it. I'm like, okay, I guess that's good.
It was nice that you rubbed his leg the whole time.
Yeah, no, and even tougher, in all fairness, even tougher though, we did it remotely. We were 100 miles apart, and I've stressed this before, and this can go for anyone. Commentary with someone that's not you're incredibly close with is already tough to do, and I mean that not literally, but then commentary when you're physically and literally not close to someone is that much tougher because you don't necessarily see a pause or a body motion of, oh, I'm going to stand down or I want to speak up. You sometimes don't see those things when you're doing just a remote commentary and you're in two different places and you're connected via something like a Skype type call and you're both watching something. So it's easy to talk over someone else because you don't see those nonverbal cues. But everything I feel like worked out really well. He had fun. I definitely had fun. He got a compliment on the commentary today. So because the YouTube comments, that's where I go for validation is YouTube comments. That's why I feel so good about myself.
I understand I understand so much more about you now, Terry. I've known you since we were 14, and now I understand so much more.
That's all you need to do is find the YouTubes. That's it. So anyway, if you want, go out there, take a listen. I do appreciate Matt very much for giving it a go, and he said he'd love to do it again. He said this might be one of the most fun things I've done in 2020. And I felt sorry for him. Talking to me for an hour was one of the most fun things he's done. So
he's in our fantasy football league, and he has a
we
chance.
crushed him.
He is not ours, not your and mine, in a different one I'm in. More of a Wisconsin-based disc golfer one. And he has a chance to win the whole thing. So I believe. I haven't looked because I got knocked out like 2 weeks ago. So, but at the time, I know he won week 1 of the playoffs, and I think he won this week. He's got a good team.
All right. Well, that doesn't surprise me too much. Reading down.
It would if you saw his last few years.
Daddy Disc Golf also then says Ian Anderson and Terry would be an amazing pair in my opinion.
Have you ever
Maybe
done commentary
throw
with Ian?
in a pro for color, but not needed. I don't know that Ian and I have. And if we did, it may have only been 9 holes or.
He doesn't really like you, but I can
No,
see that.
I don't blame him.
I'm just kidding.
I don't know that him and I have ever teamed up for commentary. I don't believe that we have. I think the closest thing to it would be, and well, it's not even him. It's like Central Coast. I think was doing something was kind of the back end for the World Tour or for Vegas one year, and then Avery and I sat down, or me and Avery sat down and did commentary on footage they put together. So obviously that didn't have anything to do with Ian's commentary. So no, I don't know that we ever really have.
Okay.
JVD, you're still my favorite Smashbox What?
Yeah.
Cut the feed. This block him. Where's my block? Where's my block feature?
You cannot block Daddy Disc Golf.
I will. Emily says, Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night, but really it's past my bedtime. Good night, Emily. Thank you for joining us. I don't know if Cody is also calling it a night, but thank you very much. Ryan Pilcher says the commentary was good. Ryan was also a catch cam for that coverage. Thank you very much, Ryan. Ray says, I prefer Johnny because he's never told me to simmer down.
It's not my style. I don't want people to simmer down.
I like to, keep check on the board. So if somebody's...
I like it. I like to rile it up, baby.
Somebody's getting out of hand.
Throw some gasoline
mind.
on those flames. Hot takes. I mean, not as hot as Austin Hannums, but hot takes, baby.
So Daddy Disc Golf says, I have not heard much of Paige Pierce. Is she good? I think Paige is one of...
She's very good.
Now,
depends on what you want. It depends on what you like. Because Paige is really good at... I wouldn't necessarily... She's not, in my opinion...
Oh, jeez.
She's not one of those people that you have a lot of fun sitting and listening to. Paige, to me, is very smart and very analytical. She will tell you every disc that every person throws. She will probably tell you the mistake that they make on every throw. I don't necessarily think she's very loose when she does commentating, depending on her co-host. When she was co-hosting with Zoe, I thought she was a little looser. But traditionally, I think she's very analytical with her commentary, and I think she's very good at that role.
I really enjoy Paige's commentary.
Me too.
I think she is really good. Like Johnny said, she often knows everyone else's disc, and that comes from just asking. I mean, obviously she plays with a lot of the same women week in and week out, so that's one way that she learns. But if whether it's a Sarah Hokum or a Kat or anyone, Kona or anyone that she's playing with, if somebody throws a shot and she has no qualms whatsoever, just for her own personal knowledge of saying, well, what was that? Oh, that was a D2? Is that your flippy one, or is that one beat up, or whatever? She will ask, and that's, I think, all part of her learning process of just understanding the game in general. And then I think that translates very well when she then goes to take to a mic of any kind. Yeah, I think she is really, really good on commentary.
I totally agree, 100%.
And Dad just says I could see her being brutally honest. Yeah, I mean,
I wouldn't say brutal. She'll
call it like it is, though.
Yeah, she's a little more of a straight man.
She would be a good compliment to Terry. Okay. Johnny and a bottle of whiskey. No. Terry and Paige commentary needs to happen. I feel like it has at one time or another. I know it has. I can't remember where it went, but I'm sure that it has at one point. Whether that was when I covered a Beaver State one year, or maybe some of the Thailand. some event somewhere, or the whole year when we were, cutting together the FPO footage from the Pro Tour, so like 2 years ago, and it was getting released a day or two later. I'm sure at one point, I guarantee you, there's been more than once where that's happened. Dust says, how spicy is the after show?
It's not super spicy.
I don't know if we need any.
It's been spicier. It's a holiday episode.
Yeah.
People are listening to this. We're recording this right now. Technically, it's the 23rd.
We just hit the stroke of midnight as the show is starting. So the after show.
It's Christmas Eve.
That's not a thing.
I'm making it a thing.
Okay. We'll go on that.
Yeah. Don't at me, bro.
Do you think there would ever be room for new commentators in disc golf? If so, will it only be former pros, or what do you think? All
right, Terry, let me hear your thoughts.
I think,
thoughts.
For starters, the entire sport is being done a disservice if other people don't at least try it. Now, that might be very publicly, or it might be privately.
How do they try?
But other people, I think, could at least try. How could they try? You could, for an example, if you were dead set on this, you could download literally any round, any footage ever. You could essentially mute the commentary that's been laid down on it, because there's probably been some already laid down on it. Go find a round, go find a situation, a home course, or your favorite course, whatever it is, and you and someone else probably go, or singular, I don't know, go lay down new commentary over the top of that, and then you send it to one or more existing media teams and say, hey, I took this footage and me and a buddy commentated on it. We think we're pretty good. If you ever need us to fill in, or you want us to do something, this is our demo reel. That would be one way that I'd go about it.
Is that difficult? I mean, we know solo commentary. You're very good at it. You're one of the few people that do it, so I would say maybe you're the best. Yes. I like to joke that I'm the best disc golf switcher in the world, because there's really only been like one other guy to do it.
Yeah, I like him a lot.
He's all right, but
I like Luke.
So you do solo commentary on things. So
sure.
that is I think it's way more difficult than doing a duo. But
way more.
If you were to, hey, I want to be, a disc golf commentator. Hey, me and my buddy, we can sit down and do something, and I might be very good, and my buddy might suck.
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to bring your game down? Are people going to listen to like, oh God, that duo was horrible? I think it's very difficult a difficult thing to practice. I think if you can get good solo, that is the way I would look at it. I think you do 9 holes and just do it solo. Because unless you're sure that your partner is going to be good, I think it could really hurt the perception of it would be hard for me to listen to it knowing that one person was really bad, to be able to pick that apart, to separate the people.
I think it's pretty obvious. If somebody's really bad and somebody's really good, I think you can tell the difference.
I think you can. I think it's more difficult.
But I also don't know that doing solo commentary is the best test either, simply because it is very challenging to do, and just because you're good or bad at it doesn't necessarily translate to you being good or bad at two-person commentary. Mm-hmm. Do you know what I mean?
I think if you can do one-person commentary, two-person is going to easily fall into place.
Probably, but I don't know about necessarily.
Not 100%.
Here, and I kind of have indirectly harped on this throughout the years. The biggest challenge with all of this is we have gotten very, very stuck on the idea of
two pros.
Two pros. Well, yeah, 2 pros is definitely a common combination. 2 pros, and often on Jomez, and this is nothing but a compliment to Jomez. There's a lot of people that have very narrow-mindedly come to the conclusion of if it's not Nate Sexton and Germ, and if it's not Jomez, then I'm not interested, or I don't want to give it a chance. Maybe is a better word.
Yeah.
I hate that mentality only because I feel like you're limiting your options and your choices by so much, and we shouldn't be surprised. We shouldn't stop being surprised when you do watch. I don't care if it's a GK Pro or mine or an Ace Front. I don't care who. When you watch any other channel and there's two other people that may or may not be pros, but they give commentary and they're good. Quit being surprised by that. There's probably dozens or hundreds of really good quality commentators that can exist. I think the problem is we are very, very tunnel visioned on who we want to listen to and or have become accustomed to. And that's not a rip on how good those guys are. In fact, it's kind of a backhanded compliment that everybody has kind of set a standard with them. But just know, there's a lot. It's like saying, well, I love this disc. It's the only disc I'm going to throw. I'm never even going to give another disc a chance. You might be missing out.
If you haven't listened to it, please go ahead and download the Ultra World podcast that dropped today. Or, well, if you're listening to this audio, it dropped earlier this
someday.
week.
One of the days.
It is the little thing we did with Charlie and Jamie and Luke from Fulcrum about the future of live disc golf. And I think we get into this a little bit. One of the things that I said was that Mo kind of nails post-production. It's a hangout session. Like, that's how post-production is. That's how people feel about it. They want to sit and hang out with whoever is doing the commentating. It is not so much, it's not sports. It's not it's not the drama. It's not the excitement. It's not this. It is two people usually hanging out, chatting. Maybe you'll get a little bit of insight. At least that's what the MPO stuff has felt like, that has become the most popular. But even the FPO stuff that was really popular, look at the Silly Geese, Erica and Madison.
Mm-hmm.
It was a little bit more relaxed. It was a little bit more fun. It was a little bit more of a hangout session. And it is not your typical play-by-play and color, call it as it happens. With post-production, you might be talking about a story that happened on hole 3 and we're on hole 5. And maybe you're kind of commentating on what's going on the course, on what you're seeing. It's a different beast, and it's a podcast mixed with some video, mixed with, like, it's just different. And that's what it feels like right now the disc golf community really enjoys. Live sports is different. And it's funny because Dust on the board has said, I have some experience with esports commentating. 100%. Like, I've listened to his stuff. Him and another gentleman, and you'll forget me, Dust, because I forget his name, but I see you comment on Twitter all the time with him. They've done commentating on CSGO, the Counter-Strike stuff. And I sat and listened to it, and I thought, I don't know if that would translate to disc golf, because it's way high energy, and it's really, you're watching a first-person shooter game. So, oh my God, look at him come around the corner. He's got the big
bazooka
BFG gun. And that's from Doom when I was a kid. And he's got him right in his sights. But he missed him because he got stabbed in the back. Like, that type of high energy excitement, I don't think would translate to disc golf. Clearly, it's a whole different experience. But could he adjust? He knows the general process. Could he slow it down? Could he find a good commentator? I think that, with a little bit of experience, he probably could. And a little knowledge of the game, which he has. He's a relatively decent player at this point. 930, 940 rated. I don't know. Sorry, Dust, if you're better or worse than that. But if for someone like him who is probably looking to get into commentating or would enjoy it, I would say do that. Grab someone's footage, just, rip it from YouTube and commentate over it. Send it to somebody. Send it to Terry. Send it to Terry, actually.
Yeah,
don't send it to anybody else. Send it to Terry.
And I think part of the problem, though, is let's just play pretend and say Matt, who I had this weekend, it was, just a really, really, really good commentator. Is he at all... I already know the answer, so it's rhetorical. He's at a huge disadvantage. I'll just rephrase it. He's at a huge disadvantage because he's not a household name, and he's not a household pro player. Matt Parker.
Yeah.
He's not a high level pro player. He wasn't, and he's not going to be. He's a professional within Wisconsin, but he's not a high level, big name pro player. And right there, he along with a lot of other people, get immediately disregarded. And I know I'm kind of complaining about complaining about what the internet thinks. I get that. I understand that. I'm not saying poor me. It's just I feel that that's a little too bad and short-sighted and a little narrow-minded of, well, I really need so-and-so's insight. And it's like, to be fair, I think I could say a lot of things that our top players say. I could repeat what they say, but it won't sound nearly as clever coming from me, even if it would be verbatim what they would say. You don't think I know what most of our top players are either thinking or saying these days? I've heard it all. And countless times.
Yes.
I could repeat everything that they say pretty much because I've heard it and I've seen it.
And not only that, I know we don't talk about it too often. You were a high-rated player back in the day. You were almost 1,000 rated player.
With just
inflation.
With inflation.
The ratings inflation.
Eric McCabe thinks I'd be more like 10-15, so just make sure you always put that in there.
But
McCabe said it. He's a world champ, damn it. You put that.
Okay, valid.
He said that 2 years ago. It was podcast. No, but anyway, yeah, correct. I know golf. I'm not an idiot.
You know golf.
But
You've
people
been around
think,
it for 20 years.
This guy doesn't play the pro level, blah blah blah, and what does he know now? And I'm not saying I'm the smartest either, but I'm far from the dumbest.
You're definitely not. I know.
So it's just funny, and we know it. I mean, and we're not unique in disc golf. You put I was gonna say Tom Mikowski. You put Brett Favre. And maybe Brett Favre's a bad example because
We've
is
seen
truly one of the greatest. Well,
step
that
into
too,
pro
but
sports.
I'm just saying you can take someone like and with more current day. We'll take Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers could call literally verbatim the exact same thing as some other announcer that they just pulled out of a high school football game, and they could say the exact same things, but Aaron Rodgers is going to carry 1,000 times more weight because he's Aaron Rodgers, and that's just funny what we do as humans in that we put so much more weight on the guy. And not that Aaron Rodgers isn't amazing. He is. It's just funny how we value that. Whether there is a difference or not, we value that there is. We assume there is.
So the long story short, if you're interested in getting into commentating of any sort, honestly, you need to put together just a reel. Well, it could be 4 holes. It could be 6 holes, whatever. Like we said in the main show, step 1, it's the hardest thing. Just do it. Even if it's bad, try it again. Listen to it yourself. Give it to a friend if you're embarrassed. Be like, hey, I think this is mediocre. I think this is good. Tell me what I can improve. And ultimately, if you think it's solid enough, send it to someone like Terry, because you wouldn't believe how many times I hear Terry say like, it's easy for me to do solo podcasts because I can do it at my time. I can do it at 1:30 in the morning. He's like, yeah, but I wouldn't mind having a second person. And that's just the way it works right now. And we are. I don't know if we're coming to if we're just on the crest of something big, if we're at the top of it and it's going to level out from here. But the way things are looking, if you look back at the last 3 years, there might be a lot more jobs for people who can do commentating in the next few years. Maybe there's not, and maybe we've hit the crest, and after COVID, everything kind of levels out and people are where they're at. But there are a lot of commentating crews, a lot of filming crews out there that probably need good commentators, and they're out there. I'm sure of it. Yeah.
And don't be too discouraged when people don't fawn over you because you don't necessarily carry a big name with you. I think that's just unfortunately, that's fair or not, that's one of the biggest hurdles. I guess that's, now that I've beat it to death, that's what I'm trying to say there. I did tell Matt at the halfway point, though, as a quick side note, and this will help anyone out there, and this is a very generic statement, but after 9 holes of filming of recording, he said, anything out, blah, blah, blah. I said, maybe it's after all 18, I don't remember. I said, just so you know, you do one of the biggest crutches, as I'm saying, you do one of the biggest crutches in the world as a co-commentator, and that is the use of the phrase absolutely. And
absolutely.
I've been a user of it. I at one point I think almost banned it entirely from my vocabulary. Once I caught myself doing it, I have other words that I know I pause on, or I hold on, or I repeat, or I use as filler words. All of that stuff I That's why this is not a judgment. I was just simply letting him know that when I hear other people doing it, me and Nate Doss had this talk when we were together at the Vibram or whatever MVP earlier this year when we were doing the commentary. I said just absolutely is a, and I told him, I said my philosophy on it is it's an affirmation word, which everybody loves. Right on, check, yes, okay. It's an affirmation word. So just in natural speaking, it's a good thing to be doing.
I have tried to cut that out of the podcast for myself. This podcast, no, seriously, because for a couple of reasons. One, as we saw with Scott, sometimes every little word we say cuts them out.
Sure.
So if I can stop agreeing with people, like, like it's a better podcast, and I think that something like that could roll into post-production as well.
To be fair, it's a common and polite thing to show your active listening, and for someone to carry on. It's a verbal or a nonverbal
conversation. If it's a but this is not, post-production is not a normal conversation, and I think that is a spot where you will try to eliminate it. Eliminate all the yeahs. Yeah. Eliminate all the absolutely's. Eliminate all the uh-hs. Like
those are affirmations to show that you're actively listening. So I understand they're so easy. And my second point to the theory is not only are you doing it for that reason, but absolutely is what, like a 4-syllable word? You sound you're affirming with someone, and you're sounding smarter while you do it. Like, look how many syllables you're spitting out. Absolutely.
Oh,
absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. It's just one of those words. I think it's a crutch word for lots of people. It used to be one of mine, and he did it because I would say something like, "Oh, you don't want to do this. You don't want to do." Oh, you go, absolutely. It's an easy one to let roll off your tongue. And then he said he went back and listened to it, even though I cut like 2 of them out. He's like so many absolutelys, and he is not unique. So many of us do it. So I'm not picking on anyone. It's just a word to look out for. So that would be my pro tip. Go ahead and say it. Absolutely. I was waiting for it.
Certainly. You're not wrong.
Bada boom, bada bing.
Just fill it with some random skibidi-ba.
Kapow. Anyway. Oh, and another good one. Somebody yelled at me. I've said this before. Somebody yelled at me once. Anyways isn't a word. Anyway is a word, but anyways isn't. There's somebody on network television that I watch frequently, which is funny. I can't think of who it is. They say it every single night as I'm digesting a version of their show. It's just funny that no one said anything ever. They're like someone who's making $500,000 a year on network television, and they say anyways all the time, and now it just grinds my gears. But I say a lot of words, so
colloquialisms. God, I have a hard time saying that word. I don't mind those as much. When Nate Doss says especially, it's a mispronounced word. It doesn't bother me nearly as much as I'm trying to now spit these words out.
Nailing
it. It's great.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right on.
That bothers me less than the affirmations personally. It's just the way sometimes people speak, sometimes the way they talk. Would I love it if everybody spoke every word perfect? No, but
that would sound weird too.
The English language is a very malleable language. Wow. I'm going to have another
drink, you idiot.
I am going to have another drink. But in general, it changes. That's just how it works. There are words that we use now that didn't exist 10 years ago. And it's just the way, jargon becomes language at some point. It becomes common phrases and words used. I mean, look at the word shul. I don't think it's a real word.
But seems like it's not.
But we know it.
Yeah. Well, that's also somewhat regional.
That's what I'm saying. So,
depending on how you spell it,
SHUL is a word, but it doesn't mean what it is because I used it the other day in Words with Friends.
Sure. Ancient kingdom in China.
Tim, yes,
kingdom?
I have some whiskey talk going on.
I don't even want to go there. Yeah. All right. Well,
But anyways.
we'll move. Yeah. But
Absolutely.
anyways. Now, to be fair,
I'm especially excited about
to
this.
say
Hopefully we have
he
Paul Mack
absolutely
back on.
crushed it. That doesn't bother me. When somebody says something like, "Oh, he absolutely crushed it," even though it might be an unnecessary word there.
Sure.
But I'm just saying, absolutely, when just using as purely a single word affirmation is a little different.
I agree.
What else is everyone drinking? Galactic Conqueror wants to know. I have some nice French Chardonnay going on. Wow.
I went to
bougie.
Oh yeah, I went to Bully It during the regular show. I finished off my Maker's Mark, and a good friend of ours dropped by some holiday cheer on our front porch.
Wow.
It was a bag. It had a 4-pack of some sort of tall cans that my wife will drink, as she's the beer drinker in the house. And it had a small, I was actually telling Terry this between the show, had a small bottle of Bully It. You know, it's, I don't know, it's, like maybe, this big if you're looking at the podcast. It's not the big bottle. It's not even the little bottle you normally get. It's like the mini bottle. It's bigger than a hotel bottle. But I was saying it feels a lot stranger to have that. Like, that feels like a travel bottle. And travel bottles of alcohol feel weird to me. Like, you shouldn't be just like this is my to-go bottle. So, and it's so much smaller than all the other bottles in my liquor cabinet. I don't know. It just, there's something odd about it. It tastes the same and it's delicious. So
I travel with all my alcohol.
Daniel Ginter says
bottle.
he's Team JVD, Redemption,
Oh,
High Rye,
stop.
Bourbon.
Cut him off.
As I tell everybody, if you have a whiskey suggestion for me, email me, john@smashboxx.tv, because there were like 4 of them last week. Do I remember one of them? Absolutely not.
Speaking of delicious, yummy, goody things, huge shout out to Nate Heinold's mom.
She's a yummy goody thing, huh?
Oh, she made me fudge this weekend and left me with a tin.
It just came off
fudge.
a little odd.
Oh, no, let me finish my sentence.
No, it was way funnier when I didn't let you finish.
I informed her that I was coming to town. Santa Tear Bear was coming to town and to deliver some boxes for all the good boys and girls over there at Ledgestone Insurance shipping stuff. And they needed some of my disc in a box. And I gleefully provided that as such. And I made sure that Nate's mom knew I was coming to town. And she said, there will be a treat for you. And she left me a tin of freshly made. I saw it in her Instagram, sent the message, and just like that, I had fresh fudge just a couple hours later when I arrived in the Peoria area. So thank you, Molly. Thank you for the delicious. It's been a long time since I had some fudge, and it was incredible. So thank you so much for that.
Team Howell says, Terry and JVD, hope you guys and your families have a Merry Christmas, guys. Oh, there will be a Merry Christmas. Are you going anywhere for Christmas? Your in-laws are in town.
Yeah, they live in a neighboring town. Yeah.
I mean, they're like 10 minutes from your house or something. Will you be going to visit them?
That doesn't sound like that's going to be the case.
Okay.
I've also, in speaking with my father and whatnot, for the first time in, I'm going to say like 30-ish years, or maybe in forever, I'm not planning on actually traveling to or going to visit my dad. Normally, I've been usually my mom's or something on Christmas Eve, and then Christmas Day, Christmas morning is frequently done at my father's house, who lives about 2 hours from where we are right now, and we just think it's safer to not go do that, and so that is not the plan right now. So yeah, for the first time in my life, I may not be traveling to my father's house on Christmas morning, and I think it's going to be just local and staying right here. So
I was really excited because I thought we were going to do the same thing. I was excited to stay home for Christmas, and we will be home for Christmas. But I was talked into going up north to my in-laws for the weekend, the 26th and the 27th, because we have made an agreement that nobody else will come over. It'll just be the 4 of my family and then her parents, seeing as how the 4 of us, myself and my wife both are already COVID. We had contracted it and got through it.
COVID survivors.
COVID survivors, yes. We are, we're good to go. The kids, we never had them tested, so I have no clue if they had it or not. But we feel comfortable that we can share Christmas with just them. And we could probably share it with more people, seeing as how we have not have. I just think it's a bad precedent to set in general. I don't want to get political about anything. So we are going to go up and visit them just for a day or two. And otherwise, we're going to stay here for Christmas and Christmas Eve, which will kind of be nice. We've got presents under the tree behind us, none for you. You could open some.
I was going to say, they don't have to have my name on them for them to be for me. Let me just tell you. I have no problem taking some as I leave.
I'm really excited. We got my daughter, who's 9, a DSLR camera. You wouldn't believe how many people don't understand when you say DSLR. Like, you try to explain, you're like, I would like a big camera that has a separate lens, a DSLR camera. That's kind of the definition. I put something on Facebook saying I'm looking for one for cheap. My 9-year-old daughter who has special needs, she's not going to take care of it. It's going to probably sit on a tripod where she loves pictures. She loves taking photos. But so I want something really cheap. I had so many people that messaged me and was like, hey, I got this digital camera, this point and shoot camera. And I'm like, thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. It means a lot to me, but not exactly what I'm looking for. Like she knows the difference between, she has a camera on her phone and she likes to use it on occasion, but she really wanted a big camera. So a friend of ours named Tommy, who's a photographer who had this really old Nikon D8. I think I looked at like 2004. It's old. He sold me his with a card and everything. I thought I bought it, and I'm excited to see her reaction. But I'm for those of you that are on the board that were chatting, I got a message from my wife yesterday. We took our car in, and we have a 2012 CRV. It's probably worth $5,000 to $6,000 until you tell me that it needs $5,000 worth of work to make it keep running. Apparently, I need new head gaskets and timing belt and chain and pistons and other things that go inside the motor.
Yeah,
because it's like leaking oil, and so we're going to try to get through the
probably get you for a new fuel pump.
No, not a fuel pump. I saw the list. A fuel pump wasn't on there. So ultimately, now we are in the market for a new vehicle. Have to start. She went today for a test drive.
Does it works? The vehicle currently, the CRV works as it is.
Yep, and we're actually going. I'm a little scared because that's the vehicle we're going to take up north. So they said that we need a head gasket replacement. It drives. It seems to drive fine, as long as there's oil in it. Clearly, so we'll keep that. But it does leak oil right now. So we are going to get through hopefully the weekend, and then get rid of that bad boy and find something. So I was chatting with the board on some people looking at different. She's looking for another CRV style vehicle, whether it's a new CRV, whether it is a Pilot or a Murano, or I think she was looking at the Jeep Cherokee or the Grand Cherokee, that size and style of vehicle.
I was trying to spit it out. Do they still make an Xterra?
I don't know if they make one or not. So I had a lot of people on the board were giving me some suggestions, and she liked the Murano, the Nissan Murano, but then now I hear some people, and I think it's with any car, like kind of like a disc manufacturer, people are like, stay away from that one. But I do trust some of our people on the board.
I guess, and I only was thinking of the Xterra. I was thinking, what is it? Wasn't that the one that was?
I'm hoping like she picks a Pilot. Personally.
Big and yellow. Like I feel like every one of them was yellow. They made no other color other than the big loud yellow ones. But now that I'm on Wikipedia, it looks like that's maybe not what I was thinking. What am I thinking of, people?
RAV4 is nice. Dust. We were kind of looking at that. when we were looking at the CRV a while ago, just like a Forester, a Subaru Forester we were looking at as well. Now, a little bit of context. My wife comes from a family of car people. Her dad he has 2 hot rods that he built from scratch. He just recently retired from being a body shop guy. He worked at the same place since he was 18. The same garage, the same everything in town. It went through like 3 or 4 different names. He knows cars. And so she has been spoiled her whole life with having, I won't say a newer vehicle, but a pretty cool vehicle up until I think she went to college. Her one request for this car, I said, okay, what do you want with a new car? She looked at me and she said, I want an effing sunroof. I said, but what kind of car? She's like, I don't know. I want a sunroof. And I said, really? That is your requirement?
Yeah.
A sunroof.
What a prerequisite.
Yeah. All-wheel drive as well, which for most of them, but a sunroof. She's like, I had a sunroof in a high school car. I had a sunroof in my my Ford Escort. She's like, I had a sunroof in my Malibu Max.
See, I think,
and she said, I don't have a sunroof in my CRV, which we've had for like 6 or 7 years. And I said, that's what you? She's like, yeah, I really want one. And all I keep thinking is like, oh great, that's just another thing that can go wrong.
Yeah,
like
I think
leak or whatever. But I at some point I will give in and get her a car with a sunroof. But
I think Geo Tracker.
Yeah.
Geo Tracker.
Not the Storm?
No. A Tracker. She needs a Geo. I mean, you guys were throwing out there the whole RAV4. Let's go pre-RAV4. You go Geo Tracker. Let's go mid-90s. We'll go soft top. She can put down that top whenever she needs it.
Nice.
I think Geo Tracker would be the only way to go. I've seen those flip relative. Yeah, Geo Tracker. The final answer. All right, that's what I'll say there.
Amp Style says the Honda Pilot is great but pricey. It's really funny being in a position that I am in now. Like,
do tell everyone.
I don't want to say price is not an object because it clearly is. I'm not getting her a Beamer or a Tesla or something, but the Pilot is in the price range. She asked me that today. She said, "Well, I would love to know how much I can spend," and I said, "No, I don't want to tell you how much you can spend because you'll probably go towards the top end of whatever I can spend." I said, "Pick out a car you like, find a car you love, whatever it is, and we will work on it. If new is the right option for us, like if there's a really great deal with financing or something, then new is what we will get. If I look at it and go, I'm not going to spend 50 grand on a new car or 45 or 43 or whatever that number is, and if I can get one for 28 grand, a used one that's a year or 2 years old, we'll go with that." So I'm avoiding giving her a price, but the Pilot is kind of right in that price range. Is what I'm looking. Not the Geo Tracker.
The Geo Tracker is also, I bet, in the price range.
I guarantee you the Geo Tracker is in that price range.
Here's a 97.
It's probably about $800. The Geo Tracker.
That's a 97.
Would I even fit in a Geo Tracker?
I think they were roomier. I guess I didn't hang out with someone as tall as you back in those days, but I feel like it would be just fine. Oh gosh, the 90. What'd they do in 90, 98? No, you got to go pre.
Team Howell says he had a 96 Geo Tracker soft top.
Yeah,
what a machine, brother.
That's the way to go. The 90, it all went downhill here in 98. I'm looking. Some of these, or maybe it's just the hard top or the 4-door. Yeah, no.
I forever equate a
95,
Geostorm
96.
With you. And I know you had we even into college you had that Geostorm. We would kind of roll around.
Yeah, that was where it was at. But I think the Tracker, again, I'm trying to keep on pace with your Pilot CRV kind of concept, and that's when you go Tracker. Yeah. Oh my gosh, this one.
Oh, someone changed that to have not the gull-wing doors, but no, that's not a suicide door.
No,
that's, the ones that slide straight up.
Yeah.
They don't come
Oh
out
my
like
gosh.
a wing, but
You
they
need
slide
that.
straight up. Yeah, most certainly, Terry.
Oh my gosh. You're not doing life right if you don't have something like that. Anyway. All right. Toyota Venzas. Okay, so some other comments coming in about what you should get. Mike Jewell from Pin Deep Disc Golf. We'll give him a little shout out there. Mike, hope you're doing well, buddy, out there in California. Asked if he could possibly do a giveaway. I said, only because it's Christmas. We're going to let you and your channel also get in on providing us for a free giveaway to give away to one of our after show constituents. So I think we should do that first, Mike. So I don't know if you want to reach out to me privately via the Facebooks, and we can find a way. If you want us to just draw a number and pretend like it's a Patreon supporter route, or if you want to go some other way, reach out and let's find the easiest possible way for you to conduct this for you to conduct this, us to conduct this giveaway so that it happens here and now tonight so that we can knock it out. But because we love our Patreon subscribers and our people all playing along, we can offer another giveaway
We will
on your
definitely
behalf.
give another. So you know what? Let's give something away on our Patreon.
Okay, we're gonna do Patreon first.
We'll do
Go for
Patreon first because I'm all prepped for it.
Johnny's ready. Hot and bothered.
Terry, are you familiar with what Patreon is? Have you ever heard of it?
I think I've heard of it.
So it's this really cool program that I just invented.
Okay.
And
Tell me more.
And if you go to patreon.com/SmashBoxxTV, I think we're the only Patreon right now. That's it.
Okay.
I think you created one as well, the disc golf guy.
Yeah. the
But if
disc
you
golf
go to the SmashBoxxTV Patreon, you can sign up at these different levels, and each level gives you a different reward. We've seen a couple people sign up in the last couple days. $2, $1. $1 is a very you get eligible for the giveaway. Thank you very much. $2. Guess what? We're gonna put your name in the credits when I get around to doing that, probably in the next day or two. $3. You get our annual collector's disc.
Dang.
Yeah, a collector's disc. That means it's worth more than a regular disc because I call it a collector's
And
disc.
it comes in my disc in a box.
It does. $5 is the mini level where you get to be part of our studio audience. $10 is a clothing level where every quarter we send you a piece of clothing. So I'm excited to start to get that worked out. But yes, if you're interested, please sign up at patreon.com/SmashBoxxTV and become a patron. We love you guys the absolute most, day in, day out, for as little as $1 a month. You know, that's like, as I always say, it's like buying a beer at an airport. You know, that's like a $10 beer. You could instead buy me a beer at the airport. And I would love you for it. We have, I believe it is 202 people who are eligible for our giveaway. If you don't want to support us at patreon.com, you can also get in at smashbox.tv/weeklywinners and sign up there. Weekly winner? Not sure. Never know for sure. Try them both. One of them will get you to a form you can fill out. But anyway, 202 people, Terry. What number are we going to draw in order to make this happen?
I think let's go with the fifth one.
The fifth one. All right. So for some reason I can't get this up on the screen right now. But all right, our fifth one. I will rattle them off. Generate. That's a lot of numbers, Terry. Number 1 is 53. Number 2 is 59. Number 3 is 150. Number 4 is 170. And our fifth and final number, they are sorted by first name, is 185. So we are going to scroll.
Sorted by first name, you say?
Sorted by first name. 185
so we're looking
right
for
here.
a T name, maybe.
No, it's an S name.
Ooh.
Cy Spencer. Congratulations, Cy Spencer. You're getting tonight's Smashbox giveaway.
Excellent.
We'll be reaching out to you if we don't already have your address, and we'll get you something going.
All right. Well, Cy Spencer had once won years ago. So Cy Spencer, it looks like they had won a disc member box a while back.
Awesome.
So
it's been a while for Cy.
It has been.
So Cy, thanks a lot for continuing your patronage.
That $1 or $5 or whatever Cy, I don't know what level Cy is at.
I can tell you in a
call
second.
them out, shame them into paying more.
185. Cy,
They keep taking money from us.
Cy's a $3.
Oh,
member.
Cy, we love you.
So he's going to
3
get
times
this,
more.
and he's also in like a couple weeks going to get our supporter disc, hopefully, assuming we can get discs from manufacturers right now. I'm going to leave that up to Terry. That's Terry's job to order the discs, and maybe this year, maybe I'll take care of the stamp this year.
Great.
Yeah. I'll go to Fiverr or something if someone designs something up.
All right. Well, Cy, we do appreciate it. Okay. Also, out on the board, Pin Deep Disc Golf .com is trying to grow his YouTube channel, and it has some coverage out there. I know he covered some stuff earlier in the year. I don't know what his full plan is, but hey, we love budding new YouTube channels, and really, all you need is Mike for commentary. He does 3-person commentary, but it's all him in 3 different voices. He's kind of got those skill sets, comedy, actor, play-by-play extraordinaire. He's all of those things. Okay. So what we will do is we'll come up with a giveaway. We'll have that here in just a few moments. So I'll give you guys a chance to get fired up and tuned in. If you're not already on the YouTube chat, you may want to jump on it just for a moment or two so that you will be eligible to win in the YouTube chat, all thanks to Pin Deep Disc Golf. Johnny, I think we've covered most of the other hot topics tonight.
Have we covered the fact that you shop at Hot Topic?
No, I'm going there tomorrow. Of course, it's the mall, so that's the only place to shop for all the best gifts.
Are you gonna get like the Green Day shirt, or like the Nirvana, or maybe like a throwback kind of the Doors shirt?
No, I would have to go. It's the best place for posters still, so that's where I go get all of my posters.
If you want them to glow in the black light, yes, you definitely do that.
Yes, that
or Spencer's.
Yep, that's where I would. Yes, I definitely have to go. One of those 2 places. Maybe I'll go to both. I'm kind of reading through emails, trying to think if there's anything else major that's jumping out at me for things that need to be covered. And
is there anything we need to talk about? Chat board. Obviously,
yeah.
we're here for your pleasure at this point.
I don't know if I go that far.
And I have a little bit of drink left, so we're not going anywhere.
I'm just trying to read through anything else that has come up in the last week, because inevitably what always happens is minutes after we close down the show, I always think, oh man, I really was going to talk about that, or wanted to at least mention it, or provide the shout out or the details or whatever, but not too much tonight. Cody says, the Disc Golf Guy, do disc companies literally bid on sponsorships for players? Say Joe P is back and forth with 2 companies. Is he saying, well, company A offers this, company B, can you offer more?
Yes.
Yeah, I would say they're at a point where that's essentially happening. How much they share? Do they share every detail? Are they holding any cards? I mean, and then I think at a certain point, clearly, like any other negotiation and potential, if you're with company A and they're offering you all this stuff, and let's just say company B matches it, are you just looking for an excuse to go to company B and they're going to match it? Do they need to exceed it? Like I said, maybe you just really want a good excuse to get out of company A, and company B is where you really want to be, so you'll take a nearly identical offer. Or is company B trying to win you over, and they're going to that much more aggressively offer you stuff that company A isn't willing to do? So I know they're getting more, I don't want to say transparent, but I think it's becoming more and more of this back and forth open dialogue, and every player has to decide what's important for them. I think whether it's for instance, at our higher levels, you're a Tour Series disc or being on a certain team, what comes with that. Are you someone that's traveling a ton, and how do you travel? Does a gas stipend move the needle more for you than, say, a disc stipend or a disc allotment, where you're going to be selling a ton of discs, but having the gas money isn't? You'd rather have more discs than gas money. I mean, every single scenario I feel like can be slightly negotiated and or manipulated more than ever, because we have so many different players that have different needs and or different agendas. It's I know we see all these players almost week in and week out, And there are, of course, a ton of similarities with them. However, when you get to the fine details, there are so many differences. Yes, we see them Friday through Sunday, all playing the same course, and the next weekend you'll see them Friday through Sunday. Their days in between, I think, is really enlightening how different all of their days in between really can be. So, are they going back and forth? I think that the short answer is very much so. Team House says I now have a 1025 rating. Thank you. Who has a link to Terry playing a round? I don't know that there's a full round. I know when I
played up at Northwoods.
Yeah, I played the Philly Open, and Disc Golf Monthly had a few shots from when I played in that. That was like 2010, 2011. I was there to help run the tournament. I was barely there as the disc golf. I didn't go there as the disc golf guy with that intention. I went there to play and to help run the tournament and to help vend at the tournament. And I think I was on either the lead or a chase card, and therefore I had a few shots that were covered. I don't know that there shouldn't be a full round of golf or anything of me out there anywhere, I'm guessing. Terry to Discraft and joining the Pro Tour in 2021. No. I'll be on the Pro Tour, but not clearly as a player. So interesting what you would even do with sponsorship in these days.
What do you mean what you do with sponsorship?
I just think there's so many opportunities and a major manufacturer.
If you were...
But I don't count.
Here's a great question.
Oh, no.
Don't oh no me. Say you're a 1030 rated player, Terry.
Okay.
You've come up through the ranks for the last year or two. You know, this last year you shot up, you did really well. You don't have a disc manufacturer. What would you look for in a sponsor? Are you looking for base salary? Are you looking for disc sales? And I'm literally talking about you right now. Like, would you prefer to say, hey, Discraft, or whomever, or Innova, or Legacy, or DD, would you rather have a $50,000 a year stipend, so to speak, or salary, or would you rather go with a lower amount with a disc sales
commission bonus?
Opportunity? Yeah. So hey, we're going to give you $4 to $5 for every Tour Series disc we sell. Like, what would you look for? And you don't have
and I don't have a media career.
You don't have
any
a media
way,
career.
Shape, or form.
Let's just say
I'm exclusively a player.
Let's pretend that you're Ezra and you're in the same shape as that Ezra.
Just a smidge
you're
off.
Close to it.
Yes.
You're really close to it.
Just a smidge.
So he doesn't have a huge social media presence yet. He's building one up. What do you think is the right move for? We'll say for you. I'm not even going to put you in Ezra's shoes right now.
No,
for you.
I think it's very clear to everyone out there that the disc you are offered, if you're offered a Tour Series disc, is so dependent on the actual mold. And I think your sales then, obviously, that's what I'm getting at, is your sales depend on that. If you're offered a really popular mold, or you're personable enough that you can make that mold popular,
assuming it's not a cruddy mold or like something that nobody wants.
Yeah, which is just so tough, to pinpoint these days. and as a quick side note, I don't envy.
Yeah, let's just say Discraft's coming at you and they say, "Hey Terry, we got the Cyclone. It's got your name on it. Like, we know you're an old school player.
Your first ace was with the Cyclone.
First ace,
Hole 5, so Plowman Park, 1994.
We want to, what park?
Plowman. Hole 5.
Okay.
The first one across the bridge.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice hole. That's a nice ace to get.
It used to be a lot tougher when the tree was still there.
Yeah,
Go on.
Discraft says, Terry, we got the Cyclone for
you. After Scott Stokely kicks me in the throat, he would say, decline that all day. Because he was throwing the Cyclone. No,
I know. So here's my next question for you. You're a 1030 rated player.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to give you a base salary. No disc sales, nothing. They just want to win your heart over with a base salary. what are you asking for?
Mm.
You kind of in the back of your head have a general idea maybe of what a handful of players are making because you've talked to them, you know them.
Mm-hmm.
You are an up and coming. Well, let's say you're not ancient like you are now.
Uh-huh.
Let's say you're younger. You're in your mid 20s, early 20s. 1030. How much money are you asking for to sign right now? Like what is what
10:30 with an aggressive tour schedule.
You just got there. You started the year at like 10:15. You played really well.
Yeah, I mean you're Kyle Klein. I mean not quite that young maybe, but you're Kyle Klein.
Right, Kyle Klein is very young. So what are what is your number right now? What's the lowest number you're going to sign for?
I don't know. Do I have people fighting for me?
2 manufacturers going back and forth. Pick any 2. I don't care.
Yeah, I did that. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know.
It's not an answer. I literally want to know.
I would think. I mean, they're covering all your entry fees. That's a given at that level. I don't know. I mean, it sounds so crazy because we've never been in a position to do that in our coming up.
No, that wasn't.
$2,000 a month.
It was amazing to know that. I think back in the day, Climo made like $0.25 a disc or something. For his with his name on it, I think is what the rumors were, and maybe they were true rumors. I don't know, but that was kind of what we heard back in the day.
I feel like if I'm that good and I'm touring rigorously and rigorously.
We have
there you go.
Wow, we have the English.
That's why we do a podcast. Yeah, that's why we're so good at this. I feel like the minimum I would want or need would be $2,000 a month for all 12 months. That gets you to 24. If I'm 1030 rated, I'm up and coming and I'm that good, you're making another 20 to 25 to 30 maybe. Maybe 30's a little
We'll say
extreme.
20, 25.
But let's say you're making another. Like, I think if you're early on in your career and you're doing that well and you don't have a lot of other incentives or bonuses or anything else going on, like that gets you around on the tour. Now, of course, I have a very different perspective because of the fact that I'm asking for that kind of money 15 years ago was laughable.
Oh, God.
Every manufacturer laughed you right out of the warehouse if you were saying, yeah, could you pay me $2,000 a month? Like, they just weren't doing that. But if I was hungry to go out and play golf and to be on the tour and travel the country and the world, I feel like that's what I would ask for as a minimum of what you'd want and need so that you're not scraping by. I do think I would probably want a van, like you see a lot of them do. I think the vans, that idea is really cool.
So you're saying they buy you a van, you're getting $2,000 a month, and then whatever.
Assuming your entry fees are paid for, you're keeping all your winnings.
And whatever.
I don't know if you do or don't get bonuses with that. I mean, I don't know where bonus structures fit these days. To backtrack a few years,
let's just assume that you only get bonuses for Elite Series and above.
Winning them, taking top three, top five. Is there still a sweep in play? I don't know if sweeps still are a thing. I don't know if they are. I'd like that. I don't know. I'd love to know.
It used to be back in the day that if all Discraft or all Innova won in the took top 3, there was a sweep bonus,
which I did benefit from.
Good question. Okay, when was that? And what did you? And what did you,
was it? I don't remember if it was maybe like a Japan Open in 2008 or 2010.
And to be fair,
somewhere
you
the
didn't
top,
take top 3.
No. The Innova players took the top 3.
So the whole team gets a bonus.
So the whole team that was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why you were super excited. Like, heck yeah, thanks, Climo and Felberg and Avery at the time, or whomever.
What was that bonus? Do you remember?
I think it was $50 for me.
Okay.
And I think they got more. You might have gotten
probably
$300 for winning it, and $200 for second, and $100 for third, or $1,000 and $500 and whatever it was. It was at a large event. Obviously, it had to be because they didn't offer it at every single event. It was a larger scale event, and I think it only happened once. Where for me, when I was on the team, that there was all 3 players took the top 3 spots, and then I was playing in it. I'd have to go do the research, but I do
I'm sure you
remember.
have it in old emails, in an old email somewhere.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let me
We're
search.
not doing it right now, Terry.
No, we're not.
No, literally, don't do it right now.
Darn it! I don't think it's going to be here. But yes, I
Okay.
received it.
So 1030 rated player, you're looking at a base salary, we'll just say 2,000 a month, so 24 grand, and then whatever you're going to win on tour and a vehicle. You think that would probably
that seems great to me, but that's also, like I said, that's what that was. Those terms were crazy 15 years ago.
That's what I'm talking
so
now.
yeah, if I wanted to go out on tour, and that's I feel like it sounds funny to even demand that, but yeah, that seems reasonable.
Okay. That's good. I think it gives our listeners a perspective. And again, things change if you have a bigger social media presence. If you have a Simon social media or a Paul or a Brody, that number can change significantly. We're talking Kyle Klein level social media presence.
Now,
which isn't much right
some
now.
of the things that I know are happening that have morphed throughout the years, and I need to talk to somebody that can even discreetly and or on the down low give me more of these details. But way back, 2005, 2006, for instance, when I was first sponsored by Discraft.
All right, keep talking.
They offered a media bonus. And if you got your name or Discraft's name associated with you mentioned in a newspaper article, an actual print like newspaper article and or magazine that wasn't the Disc Golf magazine, the one or two that existed, you got a bonus for that.
You were relentless.
I was on top of that. That was the easiest.
And I don't blame you.
Disc.
It was like 50 discs or something.
It was 50 discs. If you got Discraft mentioned, I still have probably all of the articles.
Yeah.
I figure at a certain time I can resubmit and see if they'll send me more. No.
I remember like you doing an interview with people or whatever, your local, you'd run an event or you'd play in an event and some local news anchor would come and sit and chat, and you would obviously make sure to get the name in there, and then you would get the article and you'd be like, yes!
Yeah.
Like they mentioned me and Discraft. That's a 50 disc bonus or whatever it was. And,
and you submit that to Discraft, and
so excited.
your disc allotment. Here's another 50 discs that they would send you.
Ultimately, you turn around for $10 a disc.
Yeah.
Depending if it was DX or back then it was probably only D.
Yeah,
DX,
no. You did whatever you wanted with them. And in my case, I was running tournaments, I was running leagues, so I could sell them directly, indirectly, whatever. You could give them away. You could do whatever you wanted with them. They were truly a bonus at that point. It was that was the biggest moneymaker, so to speak, for me about being on the team in that sense. You got a bonus if you want a B tier and A tier, of course, and things of that nature too, depending on what team you were on. But the media bonus was the one that I probably took biggest advantage out of everyone on the team. And that was pre-media career for me. I wasn't doing any of the stuff that I'm currently doing. That was just me trying to make sure that if I did talk to the local newspaper that we got Discraft mention along with the interview. So
Sam Martin says, do you think there's a bonus for being on Joe Messi, CDG, and live cards?
There are. And that's where I was going with this.
I think there is, but I think that, honestly, I think that's going to start being eliminated because there's so much media these days. And I think it'll just be called, a lead card bonus if you're on it. But even then, as I've said, there are so many events covered these days that I don't. If I were Discraft or Innova or Legacy or whomever, that's probably something I would start to cut out. It just feels.
It kind of depends on where it's coming from, what's the intent of it, and then maybe to the extent of how expensive is it. Is there a value in Andrew Presnell resigned, so I'll use him. Is there a value in him being on the final day lead card for a Disc Golf Pro Tour event with both live and Jomez? Of course, there is.
I could see something like that, like
a media value in that.
I could see something like that where you are pushing it more towards like final day lead card coverage, like day one when it's fan vote.
But does that say something too? That's kind of a funny, I think
Sure.
that's an interesting example, and I had thought about that is, okay, so your fan voted, so that means something really good
it
too.
means
That
you
means
have-
you're doing a lot of things, and
You've
you
got a
have
good social media
could you be
presence.
rewarded for that? So, and I've kind of made the joke with a number of players who have looked and thought, because some of them, and every company is a little different. I don't know all of their details, but I would love to get in bed with a few of the pros who are like,
Awkward.
hey, do you want to come cover my card? I'm on third card or fourth card. I'll share some of that bonus with you. And well, if there's one thing you guys know is we can be bought.
Oh, so cheap.
So cheap. So I would love to get some of those updated insights. I know the world of which I was in with media bonuses clearly getting listed, Discraft listed in the newspaper. I don't think still probably gets you. Maybe it does. Maybe there's a different bonus structure. Innova, when I was sponsored by them, they had a various bonus structures for things that you did. And now whether you're commentating, whether you're on a lead card, featured or earned it or whatever,
Absolutely.
there are all different ways that I think that can be extrapolated and monetized. I mean, there's an additional incentive for playing well, you know?
It feels almost like you're double dipping at that point. But
Potentially.
if that's what you can do, that's what you can do.
Sam says, my NASCAR friends say win on Sunday, sell cars on Monday. So, yeah, I would love the updates, and it's not because I want to spew them and share them necessarily with the whole
I do.
world, or I want to out anyone and their contract.
No.
I would just love to see some more updated contracts. I haven't seen one in a while.
Do you think the newspaper bonus still exists? Which is funny because I think that there's a lot of, and it depends on your sponsorship level, so to speak. We see like the Discraft Underground. Let's just, I have no clue what they get, but let's just say they get 20 discs. If they get in the paper with their name and they get 50 discs, that's a huge bonus to them.
Mm-hmm.
That would mean a big difference, and Discraft wouldn't have to shell out, well, let's say $100 or $200 or whatever that is. But if you look at, well, let's say Paul Macbeth, and he gets his name in the paper with Discraft, they ain't giving him another 50 discs.
Yeah.
That brother doesn't need 50 more discs. And he would probably just laugh or forget him because Paul walks into the warehouse, and I just assume Paul gets what Paul wants. Like, he walks in and he says, I want these 5, these 5, these 5, and these 5. And whenever he happens to go to Michigan, he gets what he wants.
I think they do, and then when they walk to the door, Hannah hands over the credit card and says, all right.
I don't think so.
No,
they actually make Paul stamp discs for like 2 hours. He has to earn it.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to do that. So I bet you there could still be a media type bonus for some of the lower level players. But it's really interesting to see how even back when we were younger, those 50 extra discs, whether you were Terry Miller or Barry Schultz, made a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Like 50 discs to Barry Schultz back in the day was a big deal.
Yeah.
And now not nearly as much. I mean, there's no point in giving a pro 50 more discs because they don't want the pro to sell discs. They don't want, you're not selling them out of your trunk nearly as much as you used to. We still do see, we'll just say Eric Oakley out there hucking discs after tournaments with like the DD van.
Yeah, I was going to say,
J-Ray shows
even
up.
he has a...
It's not
yeah.
so much out of his vehicle. It's usually they have the touring vehicle there doing that, and he's working with them to do it. It's not nearly as much as, Eric shows up at your local league and he's got a trunk full of discs you can buy.
Yeah.
Now, he might have a few, but it's not the way it used to be.
No, and there's something to be said about, what our pro players are allotted. A lot of them are getting 50 or 100. Some players I know at some levels are getting 200, and then there may be either guidelines or restrictions as to what they can or should or shouldn't be doing with those allotments. Every team, every level, all a little bit different. And then, of course, then you have your players that have the Tour Series discs and what that means. And every Tour Series situation is a little different. What a player gets for a Tour Series disc at Innova, I do not believe translates in a one-to-one fashion to what the players get at Discraft for a Tour Series disc. So everyone has a little bit different scenario based on obviously their contracts and then what the companies are willing to do. So
I'm gonna put us on the spot. Galactic Conqueror says, why does Innova, the longtime industry leader, need to reinvent themselves? I think they're doing just fine. Do you think Innova needs to reinvent themselves? What right now, if you had to take a look from the outside, how do you view Innova? The leader.
I think Innova needs to probably look at maybe taking a risk or two and think about thinking about their next step, bigger picture. And I think for many years they were, I don't want to say sit comfortably. That's not the right phrase. They were able to be comfortable by doing what they were doing and maintaining, and of course they were innovating and pushing things forward and doing stuff.
Look at the Destroyer.
However,
I always point to that.
Yeah, but in the same breath, plenty of people are playing catch up, and that gap has significantly shortened. It is in some cases maybe even disappeared. So with that, I think that they need to take some other steps, because you can't just sit on being the biggest forever, and because somebody else is going to come along, or they're going to make some other moves or do whatever they're going to do to try and overtake that. And I think they were on top of the game for many, many years. And I don't know their entire scope of everything they're doing. I think they have a greater outreach than a lot of the other companies when it comes to your big box stores and the accounts that they have there. But that's not going to remain forever, because clearly Discraft has proven in the last couple of years they're taking very serious measures to catch up and or surpass what Innova's been doing. Clearly, they're still this giant.
I think they have, probably still the number one disc in their sport, in the Destroyer.
Their lead has shrunk, is how I envision. Now, this is nothing more than speculation.
It's an assumption.
Yeah, I'm making some assumptions, because clearly we don't know Discraft's numbers, sales numbers, and figures at the end of the year. We don't know what the balance sheet and things look like over at Innova. We don't know any of that. We just know what we've seen and experienced. And you can't just sit on your hands, even if you are or were the biggest and the best. You can't sit on your hands forever.
I don't know if they were or not.
And I'm not saying that they were, but
here's what I'll say. Looking at a lot of social media and even our board right now, there is a perception that Innova is old. Whether it's the management, whether it's the business practices, whether it is the team structure, I don't know. But they have definitely lost a little bit of shine over the last 3 years. Or 2, probably, if you want to really count specifically, since Paul left. I think that they could, like you said, take a risk or two, and I don't know what that risk is. I don't know. I think they could. I always hate to say the word I think they need, or I think they should, but they could attack social media a little bit better. We've always said that if you look at every company in our sport, the number one social media company we have is Dynamic. Like they're everywhere, and they do a phenomenal job. Bobby Brown kills it. Discraft might be second. It's hard to say, because I think that just Didi is so light years ahead of everybody in that perspective. But it really feels like Innova has like they've lagged behind. Like they're the Titanic, and they're a little that's a bad example, because they're not sinking. They're a giant ship that just is very slow to turn, is more so what I want to say. I'm a bad example, because I think we have a very close perception of a lot of companies, and I have basically 3 manufacturers in my bag. I've got Innova, Discraft and DD. and
Well, you might as well be another Crush boy though.
No, I need to take some of those Stokely lessons before I can do that. But that's just kind of what I feel when you look at social media, whether it's Reddit or Facebook or our chat board, that it feels like they are the old company now. And I don't, again, like you said, we don't know disc sales. They could still be crushing every manufacturer by millions of dollars. And maybe they don't see a need to change. If you're making money hand over fist, do you really want to rock the boat? I don't know that's the case, but I don't know it's not the case either. So I would be curious to hear what some of the people on the board say, and if you're listening, maybe chime in on our YouTube page and some of the comments, and just, what is your perception right now? Because they still have so many awesome discs that everybody loves. I don't know if I could live without a Star Leopard.
Sure.
I could live, but I don't know if I would want to play a game without my Star Leopard. And the Destroyer. I bagged a Destroyer or two in my bag. And there are people that say that there are discs that match them, but I'm too lazy to go find out.
Well, yeah, and you're not a key demographic.
What?
Of up to date current disc golf players.
Terry,
the 4 rounds you logged this year.
I'm a middle class white American.
That's played 4 rounds of golf. Now, if you
scored only 4.
Okay, if you had played 40 rounds of golf, your opinion would matter more.
Probably.
But right now, you don't mean anything.
Damn it.
So a couple of guys who rarely play.
And again, this is what I've seen on chat boards. This is what I've seen on Reddit. This is what I've seen on Facebook. That is kind of the perception that I feel Innova has right now, is that they're the older company, that they are.
Well, I mean, and to be fair, them and Discraft, of course, are the 2 oldest companies in our sport that exist right now.
Feel old right
well,
now.
they don't, because they've got fresh, new, shiny faces and a whole new team of players.
And I don't know what
that they didn't have 3 years ago.
5 years from now.
I mean, I don't know that I'm throwing any shade when I say 5 years ago. Could you name 5 Discraft sponsored players?
I could, but I don't know if anyone else could.
5 years ago, name 5 Discraft sponsored players. You'd struggle.
Yeah, because it would have been MJ, Doss, Callaway.
Okay.
5 years ago. I'm trying. It's funny because I have to go back 5 years in my brain to think who.
I know
who was sponsored.
You're illustrating my point perfectly, though.
No, you're right.
Because 5 years ago, before they started making moves, before they invested in Macbeth, before they started doing Val wasn't with them.
Val was Innova. Yeah.
Yeah. Elaine
was. Yeah.
Elaine was with them. At that time, Elaine King was with them.
Yeah. I probably could have named 4 easily, and then after that.
Okay. Point is, again. And it's just we're in a very different environment and atmosphere. I think of Barrow White too, who's local to us. But anyway, whatever. Point is,
I don't
right
which is
now,
because I don't count the local pros.
I know. Well, and right
Chris
now,
Herron
though,
is sponsored by Discraft.
You look at Discraft's team in a very different light than you did 5 years ago. And Dion, you're such a jerk. Our guest, you didn't even mention Dion the Whip.
5 years ago, Dion was off the scene.
Yeah, that's true.
Like no one would have mentioned Dion 5 years ago. Dion wouldn't have mentioned Dion 5 years ago. He had been like, "Am I sponsored? I haven't got a call from them lately. I don't know if I'm sponsored."
That's quite possible.
Yeah. So there's.
So there you go. That just again goes on to prove how much Discraft had pushed all their chips in. Seemingly from the outside, it looked like they pushed everything in on whether you call it a risk or a gamble or not on Paul, but it clearly paid off, and then some. And then there was a continued windfall from there. They pick up Page, they pick up Brody, and it was all very aggressive on their end.
I mean,
and it's clearly all seems to be paying off.
It's
I mean, they are
clearly
charging me more
dominoes.
for next week, for disc next year, but they are. It's clearly, was a risk or a gamble they took that's paying off.
It's dominoes. They would have probably not gotten Page if Paul hadn't gone there.
Possibly.
I truly believe that Page.
Okay.
I don't believe Page would have gone there if they didn't show. If they didn't take the risk on Paul, and it's funny because you say take the risk on Paul when we look
I
now
know.
and there is no risk, but at the time you sign that he's signing the what was it, $250,000 contract or
well, he signed what, $1 million for 4 years.
$250,000 a year. Without Paul there, I don't think Page goes there, and the way that Paul and Brody buddied up, I don't know if Brody goes there. I mean, that's speculation. Now, it's tough to say because obviously Brody had a relationship with the Ultra Star and Frisbee throwing in general, but there is a chance that Brody doesn't go there and Brody goes somewhere else, wherever Paul is or whatnot. But hindsight, 2020, man. It's the year.
It is. Well, so it's those are all things that there's been an interesting transformation, and it's obviously is looking really good for Discraft and all the things that they're doing, and even now, I mean, they just picked up Scott Withers. They continue to show that they're investing in team members, and obviously have made a major splash here on the scene, and they've been a solid company. So no one think that we're not suggesting they weren't, whether it be 5 years ago or 15 years ago. They've always been a solid company, but they have been, in most parts of the country, have been largely overshadowed by the giant that has been Innova, and
it's funny because
has shifted.
You look, and I mean, you can kind of tell. Look at collector discs. There was no Discraft collector disc other than the Buzz.
Correct.
Like, there were first run buzzes, there were 10-year buzzes. That was it.
Yeah.
Nobody was begging for anything that Discraft had. Now they have a couple handfuls of discs that people are trying to fight to get, whether it's a specific stamp or specific mold. And as you and I have always said, I was always a magnet guy. I was always a Buzz guy, a Comet guy. The Innova mid ranges just never. I never loved them. I had a old Glow. Really, it almost felt like a Cobra because it felt so thin. Rock, a platypus stamp rock that I loved for a while because it was flippy. But my mid ranges have always been Discraft. That's where I always felt that their strength was. The Zone, when it came out, I was like, wow, this is like really overstable, and it really fits what I want. But I never really ever threw a Discraft driver. I was always an Innova driver guy. Like, cool, I've got Leopards, I've got Destroyers, I've got T-Birds. That's what I need. But now, I mean, other things are filtering into my bag. So,
as long as they can win you over,
they have. No one's won me over.
They're coming after you. All right, as Johnny's sneezing away here. All right, so here is your chance.
Give something away.
Yes, here's your chance to win a gift of up to $20 or so by Mike Jewell, a.k.a. Pin Deep Disc Golf. And what I need is the fifth person in the chat right now. Get those keyboards ready. The fifth person to correctly answer what was asked hours ago and was not released. What's the word I'm looking for? Determined or declared or whatever hours ago by one Scott Stokely. How much does Scott Stokely charge for a disc golf lesson? The fifth person. So maybe there's a little strategy here. You don't want to be the first. You don't want to be the eighth. You want to be the fifth person to correctly answer.
Can you just put it in 5 times?
Put it in. Nope.
The fifth person.
The fifth person to correctly put it in to the YouTube chat.
All right, I see the fifth person right there.
Is it Mark? Look at you guys are quick. I like it.
No,
I see Moses with 160. I see Matt with 160. Ray with 160.
2, 3, 4,
Cody
5.
160, and Mark McAllister.
I'm seeing Mark McAllister on
That's
my
what I
list.
see as well. There it is, folks. Mark, that actually worked a little better than I thought it would.
It did.
Thankfully. So, and if you guys see it otherwise on your screen, I apologize. Johnny and I, somehow our screens match up, so that's going to have to be good enough, and I have nothing to gain by this. So, Mark McAllister, you need to please reach out to Mr. Mike Jewell. Mike, if you could put and or list your information again, I'll read it off so that he can make sure to reach out to you. I think it's pindeepdiscgolf@gmail.com. If you guys want to all spam it, no, don't spam it. But Mark, you're going to need to reach out to him, and I officially am washing my hands entirely of this transaction.
It's the best way we like to give stuff away.
That's the best way we can possibly give stuff away.
Seminole Ranch says, they answer before I even hear it. Seminole Ranch, you need to make sure to hit that live button, or
Yes.
here's a hint. You could listen on Twitch. I heard that it has a slightly lower latency. You could be the
Listen on Twitch and then get ready on Facebook or on YouTube.
or chat on Twitch, because I see it on here too. I would have gone with if someone chatted us up on Twitch. I would have gone the fifth
Orders at pindeepdiscgolf.com. Orders, that's plural, ORDERS, at pindeepdiscgolf.com. Send a message over to him. Mark, a picture of your ID, your passport, and your social security number, and he'll get you something real special.
And your mother's maiden name.
Yes, along with your favorite pudding flavor. He's weird. He does stuff. I don't know what to. I'm not gonna elaborate on that.
Hey, we're not here to judge.
No, not at all. All right, guys, I think we are ready to give this a wrap, and I don't mean a Christmas wrap. I don't mean some gift wrap. I mean, we're going to wrap up what will be, our second to last podcast here of the 2020 year. Of course, next week will be the 29th, 12/29. Wow. And I think that will be episode 330. Once we get all of we get all the thumbnails updated, we'll let you know on that. Terry, I need your help. What is the deal with fingerprinty plastic? Is it avoidable? Short answer, I'm going to say is no. I think a lot of that fingerprinty stuff is old. Usually like old CE comes to mind, and I don't know. I mean, I think if it's to that point where it's quote unquote fingerprinty, I don't know if there's a return from that. I think once it's gotten there, I think once it's gotten there, then I don't know that it can come back from it. And I don't know how you can avoid it getting there in the first place. I can't say that I've thought about it that much, but I feel like once it's at that stage, I think it's forever and permanently there.
What I usually do is put it into a sealed bag, like what the 5 mil or 10?
No, 2 mil. You need 2 mil bags from
and then
the disc golf guy, or 4 mil
into your oven at 250.
I like 225, but 250 if you really want to.
It's really tough because the oven, it's hard to get it down that low because most ovens start at about 350. But if you got one that goes down to 250, it might have to be a toaster oven. 250 for about, I would say, 3 hours.
Top rack though. Bottom rack will ruin the disc.
Bottom rack will destroy the disc. Make sure you keep it on the top rack of your oven.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And then immediately when it comes out, put it in the dishwasher. That is the only way to remove those fingerprints.
I'd listen to Johnny.
I'm a serious collector.
Yes, he definitely knows. Sam, good night. We appreciate it. Galactic, happy holidays, y'all. Have fun and get some birdies. Appreciate it. Mike, fun show. We appreciate you. And for the giveaway, thank you. My disc in a box is the way to go. Carolina Chainbanger coming in with a hot 160 take. Just about 160 seconds too late or so. But seriously, thank you to all. We do hope you have a Merry Christmas and a Happy Hanukkah and all of the great seasons, greetings, and holidays and all of those things. We very much appreciate all of you guys for joining us. If you stuck around this long,
we love you.
You're a little bit silly, but this was a long one tonight. Didn't think it was going to be. And John Turlap, I know you're still listening.
No, he's not.
You're listening after the fact. He reached out to me as I was driving here and said, Can Simon throw a Legacy disc? He was really excited about Legacy, and I was like, I think you're probably talking about his latest vlog, which I haven't watched.
It's just like
and clearly
people sent him gifts.
No, well, that, or as I think I've gotten by the context on the board, I think he had a conversation with Latitude, and Latitude is helping produce. So John Turlap, as smart as you are, giving us that 0.04% earlier in the show, it sounds like I think you got your Latitude and your Legacy mixed up. That's what it sounds like to me. And if not, well, then I apologize and say hi to your wife for me. All right. We love you guys. We appreciate it. Have a great Christmas and holiday season, and we'll see you, of course, next week on Tuesday night for episode number 330. For Johnny V, Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, my disc in a box, we love you. We'll see you next week when you step inside the Smash Box.
Ho, ho.